the chairman, Your Excellency Ambassador God-knows Igali, OON, our special guest of honor, former President of Nigeria, Chief Dr. Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi, represented by Ahmad Sajo, distinguished members of the Nigeria Senate and honorable members of the House of Representatives here present, retired heads of service, body of permanent secretaries and chief executive officers of government agencies, the keynote speaker, Professor Francis Ebokare, immediate past president, Nigeria Academy of Letters, the book reviewer, Professor Fatai A. Aremu, Chief Executive Officer, Research Enterprise Systems, distinguished panelists, eminent Nigerians, statesmen and women here present, the body of intelligentsia, academics, development partners, professionals, practitioners, corporate leaders, representatives of the development agencies, my lords, spiritual and temporal, the body of civil servants from the federal civil service and other services, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Patrick Okibo. I'm the founding partner at Nextier. We're a multi-competency firm, and we focus on addressing very difficult, very complex development challenges. Nigerians are hopeful that the incoming administrations, both at the federal and the state levels, will deliver remarkable and sustainable improvements in their quality of life. However, these results demand more than rhetoric, passion, or even prayers. The hope demands a reformed and motivated public service capable of creating and implementing result-focused policies and programs. Guided by this need, next year, in collaboration with the Ibadan School of Government and Public Policy, aims to use this convening of leading scholars and practitioners to outline a public service reform philosophy and pragmatic steps for transitioning from electoral promises to results. The discussions are framed against the backdrop of a recent book by Professor Tunji Olaopa, founder of the Ibadan School of Government, The Unending Quest for Reforms, an Intellectual Memoir. The book will be presented later in this event. However, at the end of today's proceedings, we aim to articulate a pathway for navigating public service reforms in Nigeria. We hope the ideas would enable the incoming administration to minimize the time wasted implementing failed or half-baked or previously tried ideas. Instead, we hope to avail them with our collective thoughts on a pragmatic pathway to resolving or reforming the public service. That's what we hope to achieve with this event. I expect you have copies of the agenda. I'll save time without having to go through or rehash what we've got on the agenda. But permit me to move very quickly and invite the chairman to welcome everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my pleasure to invite to the podium for his welcome address the chairman of today's proceedings, Ambassador Dr. God-knows Igali OON. He was Nigeria's Consul General in Cameroon and
where the institutions which exist are properly formatted to support vision and mission. Indeed, I dare say that no political leader, no matter how visionary, no matter how charismatic, is able to record effective policy attainment if the institutions of the state are not available or scantily functional. Institutions are like the blood and life wire which keep all political systems going. It is therefore opposite, and that we gather in this manner to share thoughts and reflect on the framework under which our institutions operate. Although there are few legal works still going on around the country, we know certainly that on 29th of May there will be a new government. Therefore, we have a lot of preparations to do to keep them ready for the great task ahead. This is same for the legislative arm of government, both at national level and in the states. For the various institutions along the value chain to operate in terms of attainment of their mandates, we definitely have to revisit the question of reforms. There are people lined up to talk, and you know the theory of major prophets and minor prophets. Baba is going to talk, so we don't have anything to say about reform. But let me say, just as a bit of anecdote, that reforms have been critical in the past 300 to 400 years for the evolution of the modern state system. And from the British system, which we inherited from the 17th century, reforms have been there. When President Obasanjo was at the helm of affairs, the Bureau for Public Service Reform came on board, and I'm happy that my colleague and big brother, Goke Adegoye, is here with us, and Dr. Abba and Co are here. We went about on this journey of reforms. So the conversation today is not going to be just theory. It will be hands-on, because a lot of those that were in Baba's kitchen doing the reforms, and our former boss, Steve Oronsai, is also here. These were the people that carried out all manner of reforms. Things that we thought were impossible in this country became possible. Monetization, restoring, and so on, and right-sizing and downsizing. Well, before we conclude today, we hope to launch the book with the theme Unending Quest for Reform and Intellectual Memoir, which has been written by my friend and colleague, Tunji Olaopa. You know, we have what we call the town and the gown. The gown, I find myself in my post-civil service years involved very much in the university system. I'm on the board of about council of 4 universities, and I chair one of the big councils. And you go all and give you talks that end there. But then there are other members of the academia that believe that the taste of the pudding is in eating it. So Dr. Olaopa is from the gown, but is also in the town. So he's the meeting point between the town and the gown, which means that he can be able to tell us, because there are few Nigerians who have been able to punctuate and give ideas on what reform is all about than Dr. Tunji Olaopa. A great intellectual is also one of the people hands-on. So we launched his book, and I'm happy that this book is an aggregation of work that has been doing in this area. So I want to welcome all of you, and of today we'll be able to contribute to this process building this great nation in this critical area of reform. These institutions must be in continuous reform, and I'm happy that you have all made it. In particular, once more, we welcome Baba to this occasion, and we look forward to hearing from him and from everybody. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a handful of people in this world who can be introduced by just one name. People like Reagan. You know, if you say Reagan, you don't need a second name. Obama, Trump, Biden, and so on. There are some who are recognized by their initials. You know, JFK, MLK, SBM, BAT, and so on. But there's only one person who's globally recognized by the moniker Baba. He played and continues to play a pivotal role at very important moments in Nigeria's contemporary history. He was Nigeria's military head of state from 76 to 79. He was a two-term civilian president from 2009 to 2007. He's an accomplished author of several books. I had the distinct honor of providing the review of his memoirs, My Watch, at the national launch in Lagos back in 2014. He's the Nigerian statesman who really understands the responsibility of being a statesman and has remained actively engaged in efforts to build a Nigeria that works for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a rousing welcome as I invite His Excellency, Chief Dr. Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, PhD at the age of 70, for some of us who don't have the PhD yet. 80, sorry.
Please be seated. Patrick, thank you very much for reviewing my book in 2014 and for, of course, inviting me here today, and for trying to reduce my age. Because I got my PhD at the age of 80. I don't know. And you reduce it to the age of 70. When I came here this morning, and I couldn't jump out of the car the way I used to jump out of the car, I said to Ambassador Igali, I said, it appears I'm growing old. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is simply a significant duty for me to be here in order to be able to fulfill my commitment to a sacred intergenerational responsibility. Between me and Tunji, sit down, because I don't want trouble with your weight. There is an entire generational span which significance can be properly understood in terms of the value that mentorship can add to the understanding of how the public service can serve as the backbone of the emergence of a developmental state in Nigeria. Tunji has been courageously forging ahead as an expert insider bureaucrat through the trenches of sustained administrative reforms of the Nigerian state since 1988, and most especially between 1999 and 2007, when the administration I led in my second incarnation was on the saddle. My deep insight about the operational logic of the bureaucracy derives first from my military background. And by the time I resumed as president in a democratic dispensation in 1999, I was already convinced from my rich experience in governance about the great benefits a focused government could derive from a capability-ready and professionalized civil service deployed to the imperatives of democratic governance. And so it became axiomatic for me that once I could get the reform of the public service right, the job of achieving good governance was already half done. It was therefore easy for me to set the task of achieving a deep-seated systemic change and reorientation in place by first allowing the civil service to jumpstart its own self-introspection on how the public service reform strategy could be crafted. One of the first things, and I think some of you who are here will remember, one of the first things that I did was to organize a week-long seminar for senior civil servants within the first week of my coming into office. It was unusual, and to some civil servants also unwelcome. For me, we must all be reform conscious and sensitive, for I wanted to lead. Professor Adebayo Adedeji of Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, prepared the program and led the seminar. And I was present first of the program. After 1 week, the senior civil servants could come back to say that, I quote, "We are now in a new way of doing business." And we were then all geared to move ahead, full steam ahead. It was in the heat of this whole process that Professors Adebayo Adedeji and Akin Mabogunje brought to my knowledge the presence of a young and knowledgeable expert bureaucrat in the Federal Ministry of Education with a portfolio of experience and research understanding of public service reform and policy professionalism, which could add immense value to our reform program. And this was the beginning of my relationship with Professor Tunji Olaopa, starting with the deployment of his expertise, which made a world of difference in the reform program of my administration, especially in the formulation of the national strategy for public service reform, as the chairman referred to. And it is not surprising that he went on to reach the zenith of his professional career as a permanent secretary. I was following his career even when I was out of office. Unfortunately, it is still very difficult, despite the numerous efforts that will transform it into a world-class institution that backstop the effort of an incoming administration. And this is where Professor Olaopa's Intellectual Memoir, The Unending Quest for Reform, not only takes the discourse on documenting professional experience to a new level, but also furnishes an entire generation of civil and public servants with a package of ideas, models, and paradigms by which to comprehend the reform framework of the Nigerian public service. My key takeaway from the memoir is the admixture of precise diagnosis of Nigeria's administrative predicament and the meticulous analysis of what needs to be done. I am particularly attentive to the productivity paradigm that underlies the imperative of performance management. The workforce need to become efficient. And lastly, no one can miss the abundant and patriotic optimism that flows from the entire memoir. Faith in the omnipotent power of God and hope that Nigeria can indeed be transformed. Let me digress a little bit here. Part of transformation that the chairman of this occasion didn't mention was what he and I undertook to transform the militants in the Niger Delta. And it caused me some anxiety, because I will send him to the boys, I call them naughty boys, in the creeks, and I will expect him to be back at 3 or 4 o'clock. He will not be back, and I will not hear from him. Then he will probably be back at 8 p.m. or even sometime the following day. And I will say what happened. That he was arrested and he was told to go to Obasanjo and bring money. And he will say Obasanjo has no money. And then they will say you will be being here until Obasanjo can send us money. And Obasanjo will not send money. And after they have abused him, at times even beat him up, and they will go back, they will say go back to Obasanjo and tell him that he should send us money. Of course, we started the process of reforming them, and to some extent, we even achieved some success. Let me come back to Tunji Olaopa. Let me suggest 3 ideas that I think can enrich the direction of the conversation here today. 1, given what we saw during the elections, Nigeria is now even more divided and more corroded than we thought. This places a deep onus on any administration following the current one to urgently facilitate the process of national moral rearmament and national reconciliation that the potential to enhance healing and to assuage the youth. This must be done in sync with the imperative of national value reorientation that Nigeria requires to build a collective sense of enduring and noble values and national belonging. 2, governance in Nigeria now calls for thinking outside the box in terms of development financing. This has become inevitable in the face of Nigeria. Such situation cannot take us into the 4th industrial revolution already underway, or prepare us for the 5th. My experience and understanding, however, is that the money to develop and grow our economy is out there. If we provide conducive environment for it to come and stay. 3, political will, political action, and administrative efforts must be invested on reforming the public service into a capability-ready institution that could enable Nigeria's development agenda beyond 2023. All these and more are necessary to correct and not to repeat the sickening and painful show of shame which the elections of 2023 generated into. Let me conclude by stating clearly that I am now too old to keep quiet and watch Nigeria seemingly clueless lodge into a dystopia. All efforts are now required from all well-meaning and committed patriots to rescue the nation from the precipice. And when I look at the audience, I have a feeling that among the people who can do it and who must do it are some of you here. And that becomes my own personal obligation to continue in my relentless service as letterman, dedicated in my twilight years to saying the truth as I see it, so as to push Nigeria in the direction of our collective aspirations. And what is our collective aspiration? Or what are our collective aspirations? A better society where all Nigerians can become what the Almighty God has destined them to be. At times like this, some of us have to adopt the attitude of being known to be blind and not being afraid of the dark. But we must continually work for the light for all. Once again, I congratulate you, Tunji, for your continuing labor on behalf of the Nigerian Public Service, and most importantly, for adding this significant intellectual memoir to your huge corpus of publications and to the annals of administrative reforms in Nigeria at a defining and auspicious moment like this. This memoir must find its way into all federal and state ministries, as well as the national libraries in Nigeria. Of course, it must become one item in the fundamental reading list for all serious-minded Nigerian development workers, public managers, policymakers, development theorists and planners, and administrative scholars. I want to sincerely appreciate Patrick. Where is he? Oh, it's when I call you, you are going to the chairman. Listen to me. I say I want to sincerely appreciate you and Nextier and Ibadan School of Government and Public Policy for putting this event together. I really appreciate your effort. And for inviting me to participate, even though I'm getting old. May God bless you all and bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Because I say I'm getting old.
Gentlemen, when Baba was speaking, he mentioned about writing letters. And we appreciate the powerful nature of his pen. But today, we, on behalf of all of us here, and all Nigerians, Your Excellency, Mr. President, or Baba, as they call you outside Nigeria, Baba, we want to thank you for your latest letter on behalf of Senator Ike Ikweremadu. It's a very bold step on behalf of all of us as Nigerians. You did not, in your letter, condone anything, but you also highlighted the true virtues of Nigerians. And I believe I'm speaking the voice of everybody here, and going by what has been said so far in the media, all Nigerians appreciate that particular letter and the many letters you are writing, and we believe that more letters will be coming. Thank you, sir.
Let me also join Ambassador Gali in thanking Baba for gracing this occasion and for once again being his forthright self in sharing his views on reforms. We are running a bit behind schedule, so I'm going to try and manage the agenda, because although we didn't start on time, we definitely will get people out of here on time. So I'd like to ask for the goodwill message from Bishop Hassan Kuka, who's the Catholic Bishop of the Sokoto Diocese. He's an author and tireless advocate for justice and democracy and human development in our country, He was a senior Rhodes Fellow at the St. Anthony's College, University of Oxford, and an Edward Mason Fellow at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. And in December 2020, Pope Francis appointed him a member of the Dicastery of Integral Human Development. He sent a video, and if we can, please play the video.
Engaging conversation about public reforms in Nigeria. Permit my cynicism, really, and I'm sure that you know why. To talk about public reforms in Nigeria is to assume that there have been reforms, because we've had so many false starts, and yet we're dealing with the system in which really and truly those who govern Nigeria, a significant percentage of them really don't like new ideas. And they are hostile to the freshness of ideas. And also hostile to the idea that the system can ever be reformed. And good morning.
Yeah, so I think we have a bit of a technical glitch, and that's where it ended? Okay. Anyways, while we try to figure that out, we have a second video from Professor Tunji Olaopa, who's a political scientist and a graduate of the University of Ibadan and Columbia University in New York. He was the first Minister of Education in the Fourth Republic and subsequently the Nigerian ambassador to Germany. Professor Olaopa was instrumental in the success of Universal Basic Education Scheme and is a strong advocate for free and compulsory education up to the secondary school level as a sure pathway to technology innovation. Can we get his video, please?
When I got the notice about the publication of the Unending Quest for Reform, I said, wow, that indeed Professor Tunji Olaopa has done it again. In this case, I wish to congratulate him, congratulate the publishers, and of course the reading public, those who are present on this occasion, and all others who will be reading it, because whatever is coming from the staple, high class, and major contribution to knowledge, major contribution to what will really turn our country for the better. I see him taking us through a compelling journey from his childhood to adulthood, the acquisition of knowledge to the application of knowledge. And my mind flashes back now to the period I was encountered him. I saw him then as a very confident, very self-assured, and was promising, intellectual, someone who will go to the very top. And he has turned out to be a star, a star. We have encountered ourselves. We gelling, at the time we met, and there was this synergy. And since then, he has going to become not just a friend, but an academic colleague, a brother, everything. And someone I can always trust to collaborate intellectually, and I trust his judgment when it comes to issues intellectual, deciding the quality of the work of some material. But what is more important is that in the various areas where he has worked for the people of Nigeria, through the government of Nigeria, he has demonstrated that indeed knowledge acquisition is not just for fun, you have to apply it. And he's very innovative, very, very resourceful. I also recall that in our own environment, people like that have learned to have some problem. And it even started when he was working with the director of social mobilization, Mamsa. The director at that time, I think there were some slight issues. And I could guess the source, because here he is a very brilliant, very courageous, very sure of himself, and ready to offer the very best. And of course, he cannot stand mediocrity. So he was bound to have some people. Thereafter, again, he moved on. And when I was in the ministry, when I had the opportunity of serving the Ministry of Education, I was looking for the very best who could assist in making sure that the career can succeed in the innovation that we had at that time. I had to look for him, and the education sector analysis is very critical, very, very important area. I put him there, and of course, it did wonderful. And in some other areas, so much that was achieved at that time. He did a lot, he added value, he contributed immensely. And since then, I've been monitoring him, all that he's been doing, and I'm happy. He went back to academia and then, of course, combining administration with academic work. And from his writings, from his work, what I've been able to bring about is that he has been able to show us that indeed the focus of political science is shifting more to public policy. Secondly, that policy inquiry, even though it is prescriptive, it also has to be descriptive. It also has to be prescriptive. In other words, you have to be able to use it to solve problems of the day. His perspectives discovered that are rooted in acquiring knowledge of policy processes in order to be able to better what is on ground, so that Nigeria, and indeed Africa, all societies, we can say, can benefit from the acquisition of knowledge, applying them to ensure that indeed we improve the quality of life of mankind. Again, I also see him having certain recommendations that we could say will improve not just the policy processes, but also the implementation in particular, because that is very important, it is very key. And when you see someone who is knowledgeable in the theory, you can do that one. And also very, very practical. It's vast in the path of implementing policies. We are getting the very best, and I wish we could replicate Tunji Olaopa in different areas and so on. And finally, he is someone who has demonstrated that we have to be directing social inquiry into solving social issues, social problems of the day. That is when humanity will be. That is why in society like ours, Nigeria will be able to move from where we are to where we should be. I congratulate him again for this wonderful achievement. I'm not surprised with the quality of work that this Unending Quest in a sense is like summarizing in a nutshell what he has been and what his work, the totality of his work, has been. He's been an intellectual giant in our society.
Thank you very much. We got a few more goodwill messages which we've shared with Professor Olaopa, but just for purposes of saving some time, I'll skip through many of them. But we got a letter from Professor Isaac Mebolube. He's a professor emeritus at Johns Hopkins University in the United States. And I thought maybe I would read it, because he asked me specifically to make sure I read the letter. So he starts by saying, Tunji, you've lived an extraordinary life, and more is yet to come to you. The lessons I take from your life are that one must use one's God-given talent. Don't be like the servant who buried his talents. Also, every life suffers turbulence, and storms of life come at everyone. What makes the difference in the end is what kind of foundation one builds one's life upon. You had a solid foundation built on family, God, hard work, and dedication to your mission or calling of serving others. With your humongous talents, you could have made a lot of money when you were in government, but you went into public service to make a difference. By choosing to bring glory to God, God has chosen to providentially protect your life, enable flourishing of your children, and give you a loving, loyal, and fabulous spouse. You are blessed abundantly, and you continue to be a blessing to others. Perhaps God will choose to use you to heal our troubled land. Glory and honor to his holy name. I am so proud of you. On behalf of both Professors Aboyode and Mabogunje, I say well done, my son. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So moving on very quickly, I'd like to invite our keynote speaker, Professor Francis Ebokare is a prolific scholar, academic linguist, writer, fellow, and immediate past president of the Nigeria Academy of Letters. He has held positions at the University of Ibadan as a linguistics professor and at the Distant Learning Center. His paper, or a paper he co-wrote, Learners' Acceptance of the Use of Mobile Phones to Deliver Tutorials in a Distant Learning Contest, a case study of the University of Ibadan, has been downloaded almost 1,000 times, showing, how remarkable a scholar he is. Professor Ebokare, you're welcome to the podium to deliver your keynote speech.
Yes. Your Excellency, Chief Dr. Olusegun Obasanjo, I now believe that the reason I was invited to present this keynote is because Baba is a letter writer. And I am the immediate past president of the Nigerian Academy of Letters. I think we need to give Baba our fellowship. Let me thank you, Ambassador Igali, for that very exquisite introduction. It's always interesting to be in the presence of Dr. Olaopa, Professor Olaopa now, who has managed to straddle between practice and theory. Some of us have not been that fortunate to have the experience on both sides. So what I'm going to do, basically, the role I'm assigned is to present a keynote, which means it's going to be a key and it's going to be a note. And I normally would like to start by giving some, a little bit of quotations to set the tone. My title basically is In Between Stories, Unending the Quest for Reform. I'm spoofing. It's trying to spoof the title, the title of the book. Now, all truths are easy to understand once we discover them. The problem is how to discover them. That's not me, that's Galileo. And of course, no one can see beyond choices they cannot understand. That was, if you watch the film Oracle, Matrix, there's a statement of Oracle in Matrix, the film Matrix. And then, of course, the final thing I want to say here is that we are living in between stories, through an interval, a supremely uncomfortable time when we are realizing, along with philosopher Thomas Berry, that we are in between stories. The old story is not functioning properly anymore, and we have not learned the new story. So when you are talking about reform, You are talking about adjusting and adapting to the new story. Now, what I will do subsequently is to ask a few questions, fundamental questions. One is, what is the strategic focus of reforms? Because looking from the theme of the seminar, we are talking about from elections to governance and performance. And then the focus basically is on reform. And talking about reform, the outcome of reform is change. So there is a dynamic change that we are expecting to happen when we reform. So what will reform mean for the system? How do we proceed with reforms? What will change and why? Do we have a way of predicting the future? What are the frameworks for implementation? How do we manage the change that will arise? And then, of course, how do we manage the process? Now, what I've done basically is to avoid doing a PowerPoint, so I wrote a full paper. And the reason basically is that I found out that after doing a PowerPoint, I never write the full paper. So the full paper will be available for those who want to see it. Now, let's talk about between politics and governance. And I'm going to use a little bit of some anecdotes, some stories to drive home the idea of political delusions and how these become obstacles to reform. So I'll give you the story of Don Quixote in actually the Night of La Mancha. I will summarize. I can't tell the whole story, but this is a guy who was so enamored in pursuing a delusion. Even after the windmill caught his dress and struck him to the ground, Don Quixote was still insisting that those were giants. What's the moral and the lessons of that? Is that the lesson basically is that the episode with the windmills is often interpreted as a commentary on the dangers of blindly following one's ideas without regard for reality. Don Quixote's misguided belief in the windmills as giants demonstrates his delusions and the absurdity of his quest for chivalry in a world that has moved from such ideals. The world has moved on. And so we have to be careful that we are not reforming and re-engineering and repositioning and retreating into while remaining within the old order. And I think that's part of the problem that the Bishop Hassan Kuka was trying to raise. And if you look at the book before us that is going to be launched today, you can see a lot of that, the energy. The second story is the one of Rip Van Winkle, which was written by Ivan Washington. And that story is that it tells us that time goes on and things keep changing. Rip is a past. Observe that Rip. So what is the story? Is that Rip Van Winkle is an amiable farmer who wanders into the mountains where he comes upon dwarfs playing ninepins. Rip accepts their offers to drink a liquor and promptly falls asleep. When he awakens later, that's after about 20 years, he's an old man with long white beard. The dwarfs are nowhere to be seen. He's out of place and full of old tales, while the society has moved on into different milieu. I don't want to you work out the details of the story. Then the third and final one is the case of the Babalawo in Ibadan, a man's wife wanted to travel to Lagos, and he went to the Babalawo to see that the husband will return from Lagos. But just close to Lagos, the man had an accident, he died, and was brought back. And the woman went crazy with the Babalawo, calling him 419. And so the man asked, questions you asked the oracle is very important. You will not get answers to the questions you did not ask. So asking questions is the beginning and the foundation. So we must learn to ask the right questions. The arguments for reform are very clear. We know of the 4 apocalyptic horsemen that beset us in this country. But the term has become very nebulous in the way we use them. And that first of all, what we need to do is to define and ground the concepts themselves, so we understand exactly what we are about. Now, Nigeria has become a kind of enigma. And so the performance of the predominance of creeping determinism or hindsight bias is complemented by an abiding helplessness. Evidencing the preceding is the belief that every government has been worse than its predecessor. That's one evidence of hindsight bias. When we look at the governments of Nigeria, and we're looking at over the years, since 1999, for instance, most people have concluded that every government has been worse than the previous ones. That's a problem for reform itself. So Nigerians have tended to celebrate the good old days, and we have seen poor performance to such a ridiculous extent that Nigerians yearn for the glory of a lesser failure. Repeated failure in the polity has led to a new norm in the zeitgeist, the benchmarking of failure. So what we are doing basically now is no longer benchmarking progress. We are benchmarking failure. And that in itself is an evidence for reform. And it's a challenge to governance. That's why no matter what anybody says about President Obasanjo, let us realize that the capacity, he continues to demonstrate unequal capacity. You may not like him, but the truth basically you can't deny his capacity. I want to say is one challenge that when we fail to reform and when we fail to understand the problems that are before us, we begin to mystify problems and begin to find the windmills. You remember one of the spokesman of a government who said that there are some juju in Aso Rock. That once you get into Aso Rock, you are enchanted, and then you fail. Once you start seeing jujus somewhere, it's an evidence that something is wrong, that we are mystifying poor performance. But Professor, I understand that Chief Obasanjo didn't see any juju in Aso Rock. So what does reform mean, basically? I just want to emphasize here that reforms do not occur in abstraction, but in the context of governance. Similarly, governance exists in a socio-political, historical, spatio-temporal, technological, and ideological context. They are products of a worldview, and in turn, are value framing. Governance is not just about organizing, managing, and servicing people. It is a framework for patrimony. And that was why when I heard about mentoring, governance in itself is the biggest mentoring opportunity that you can have. There is therefore a philosophy, ideology, and logic of governance. I think it's the first time I've heard somebody in government talking about the logic of governance. I heard Professor, I'm calling His Excellency Professor now, because he talked about the logic of governance. In the military, you will talk about the military doctrines. And so there is a logic of governance, and it is the logic of governance that bridges the gap between politics and governance. If you don't have the logic, then there is a problem. Now, reforms have to be understood in the context of reviewing and reinventing the philosophy of governance to make it fit for and of purpose, enhancing the fidelity with its logic, enhancing efficiencies and effectiveness of the operational parameters. So what are the bedrocks? I will just mention the 5 sites: insight, foresight, hindsight, oversight, and then keensight and clear-sightedness. These are 5 sites bedrock for reforms and for governance. The details are there, but now reforming a system without understanding the system dynamics is a problem. And what do I mean by this? Is that there is a connection between purpose, structure, and behavior. I'm not going to be able to read everything. Is that if you miss this interconnection, then you have a problem. And what is this? If you have a church, then you have a problem. And what is this? If you have a church that says
piece is structured into 18 chapters with a coda in between chapters 4 and 5. Each chapter begins with a powerful philosophical quotation that captures the theme of the chapter, followed by the content and a collection of rich pictorial evidence at the end of chapters 5 and 16. Professor Olaopa's obsession with books was the focus of chapter 1, aptly captured as books and belonging. His love affairs with books hand in sobriquets like Evans, A-level, and some of his friends and classmates called him Azikiwe because of his love for philosophy. According to him, and I quote, "I was being defined by an inquiring introversion, which focuses more on an inner world of insights, ideas, possibilities, and thoughts, sometimes to the point of being inflexible. Reading for me," and this is in Olaopa's voice, "reading for me facilitated an ongoing conversation with many unknown others in near and far-flung places who could stretch my learning capacities beyond what I learned at home or in school." And they also called him Alakowe, and that's a book person in Yoruba. Being an Alakowe didn't come without a cost, which, in addition to the unfavorable perception of him being someone detached from reality of life, extend to periodic misunderstandings with his wife when the little apartment they had at that point got cluttered and littered with books. According to him, I quote him, "I would dump my books near the bed, and my wife would pack them all and take them back to the study. And before she could take a breather, the books were back where she picked them from. Peace was restored when she made her peace with my obsession." In the chapter devoted to books and belonging, Olaopa takes his reader on a fascinating trip into the evolution of a scholar practitioner whose early life was defined and shaped by addiction to knowledge acquisition that went beyond mere fact-finding. Hence, his life and career as a staunch insider expert, champion of reform, stemmed from his philosophical interrogation of the purpose of knowledge right from the outset. Chapter 2 discussed his early life from Okeho to Awe. I will just skip that. And chapter 3 focused on Plato and his intellectual mentors. Here he demonstrated the nexus between political events of the time that he grew up, the crisis that rocked the Western regional government and indeed the entire nation to its foundation, and postulations of Plato and other philosophers. This was the period when the seed of his intellectual inquiry into the connection between social harmony and institutional reform was sown. He struck foundation of justice. According to him, and I quote him now, "And from ancient Athens to modern Nigeria, it is the case that those who wield power maintain the status quo that sustains their interests and class preferences. This is where Plato's blueprint for a republic founded on justice becomes reform dynamics that hold immense lessons for Nigeria." As it turned out, Plato's classic treatise, The Republic, left an indelible imprint on the philosophical trajectory of Olaopa's thoughts and ideological inclination. We know peace or evil. The story of how the author's journey to intellectual maturation took him to University of Ibadan was the focus of chapter 4. His academic sojourn in political science department and accidental foray into student unionism led him to further interrogate the tenuous fault line between philosophical ideals and reality of politics. First, in the skirmishes with the Oyo State government over unpaid bursary allowances, and later his loss at election, student union election, to a less competent candidate in the election. It also got him close to the inner working of policy making when he was, at a young age, co-opted into the Strategic Planning Development Committee of University of Ibadan. Chapter 4 was quickly followed by an emotional interlude that chronicled his experience, which he titled in the Valley of the Shadow of Death. The short piece shared Professor Olaopa's close shave with attempted suicide. He was afflicted by a strange brain ailment, which started in 1976 during his secondary school days in Awe High School. It lasted 10 years. Respite came much later when one Dr. Aboyade got him tablets from England. In his words, "While I still do not know what caused it, I'm glad I have never had to go through such an agonizing experience again." Family life was the focus of chapter 5. In this chapter, the author took us on an exciting journey into how he met his heartthrob, Funlola, at Oyo State Secretariat in Agodi, Ibadan, in Oyo State. How did it happen? Without much ado, Tunji went straight to the point in addressing Funlola, and I will quote him directly. Both of us, this is Tunji talking to Funlola, the wife-to-be. How we call it, toasting the wife-to-be. Both of us are young and probably have no time for preliminaries. He continues, "You look every inch lovely in measures that fit everything I have conceived of as a good wife-to-be. I am going to ask you for a relationship, and I advise that you say no. But if you say yes to my proposal, then you'll be my wife." If you are interested in Funlola's response to this philosophical toasting, you have to get the book and read it. Long story short, Funlola and Tunji Olaopa are happily married with children and grandchildren. But the chapter also contains interesting stories about their struggles with balancing Olaopa's obsession with books and quest for knowledge, which saw Funlola stepping in to foot the bills as a good wife. After a gripping narrative of their early struggles, the author concludes the chapter on a positive note when he said, and I quote, "I strongly believe that the stability in our home, despite the various existential challenges, was due in large part to our godliness and the constant reminder that we do not have to externalize whatever problems we encounter," end of quote. Chapter 6 is of particular interest, not just because of its caption, Christianity and the Spiritual, but because of the melodramatic experiences embedded in it. Of course, the story of Ali Mazrui's triple heritage and its manifestation in how Western Nigeria finds harmony between Christianity, Islam, and traditional worship is not far-fetched, and this was clearly illustrated by the author. However, two stories are noteworthy that I decided to pull out. The first has to do with an encounter the author had in the dining hall as food prefect in Olivet Heights. By the way, he was the only prefect in Lower 6 at Olivet Heights. He narrates his experience thus, and I will quote him. This is Olaopa's voice. One day, or let me say this is Tunji's voice. One day, while in the dining hall, I had a reason to cane a tiny-looking boy. As I was flogging him, I suddenly felt a sensation went through me, and I became instantly very uneasy. I had to stop the act of caning the boy, and I left for the dormitory. Later that day, the same boy sought me out and asked for permission to speak with me. The boy's first sentence shocked me beyond words. It was as if our positions were suddenly reversed, and I was a boy being spoken to by an elderly person. And the boy said, Senior Tunji, be very careful in life. This is because it's not everyone you see or relate with that should be taken as an ordinary human. I am a mysterious child. Senior Tunji, even my parents will dare not beat me. But I have forgiven you because I love you dearly. You notice the discomfort when you beat me. If I had been provoked and wanted to harm you, you would never have forgotten the experience all your life. So, please, be careful. Olaopa concludes by saying, I cannot now remember how long I sat rooted in my bed after the tiny young boy left me. But that is not all. In his characteristic display of naivety, Olaopa ran into another problem, again in the dining hall, when one Wale Odunayo, a star footballer, was pestering him for food, having missed his dinner. He was food prefect, and food prefect usually have some reserve that they can. So Wale was trying to get food from him, having missed his dinner. But the tired Olaopa jokingly warned Wale. Wale, I quote, Wale, if you do not stop troubling me, I will invoke an incantation and you will be in trouble. End of quote. As the Yorubas will say, apologies, sir. But Wale didn't take it as a joke. According to the author's narration, I quote again, Wale took it seriously, went to the side of the dormitory and commenced some real incantations. Then Dipo Ojedeji and Dipo Otegbade, who were also footballers and friends of Wale and I, saw what had transpired. They immediately came to me, and Dipo Ojedeji gave me a really serious slap. And he said, go kneel down before Wale right away and beg for forgiveness. As I hesitated, a second slap landed on my cheek from Dipo Otebola, who also screamed to me, go and beg Wale now. I went to Wale him to stop. He stopped. Again, if you want to know the consequence of Wale's incantation, you need to get the book and read what happens after. The two experiences caused the author to reflect on the relationship between Christianity, mysticism, and occultism. And he asked, I quote, is there a mystical side to God? Does God approve of occultism? And true to his nature, whenever confronted with worries at an intellectual level, he turned to books for answers. The chapter went deeper into his spiritual evolution and unflinching commitment to Christian faith. He concludes by saying, reforming the church requires that into multidisciplinarity and professionalism. Here, the connection between championed by Aboyade Amabo Gunje in Awe and his early job description in MAMSA, as well as his academic maturation in the field of political science and public policy, were beginning to coalesce. And his famous diagnostics of the predicament, I will quote him. My initial assessment is that the post-colonial public service in Nigeria has reached a bureaucratic stage where it has been crippled by a debilitating bureau tool and too few doing too much. End of quote. This diagnostics, a profound one at that, paved the way for specific administrative deficiencies he itemized as policy gaps, capacity gaps, process gaps, performance gaps, and resource gaps. He concludes the chapter with an emphatic statement that it is only its structural and institutional reforms that could make the author experience on the front line of reform management, and he admonished the readers on the complexity of the reform process and calls on them to think politically while acting strategically. Chapter 10 chronicles the author's quest for reform at the center of power in presidency, while Chapter 11 deepened the conversation on the quest for reform and his sojourn across various ministries, departments, and agencies. In his words, he had an experience in the establishment of Bureau of Public Service Reforms. He was to be the Director General, and it didn't have to be. And so many other experiences that this statement actually captured. He said, what other way, because he also stagnated for about 10 years as Deputy Director. They just forgot him in that place. And he said, and I quote, what other way to punish me than to deprive me of the top post in the reform agency I had conspired to take out of the confines of the civil service, end of quote. The anticlimactic stories of how he became permanent secretary and his sudden retirement from the federal civil service was the focus in Chapter 12. He summarized his experience poignantly as this, I quote, and yet in retrospect, it seemed I was administratively naive and I underestimated the system and its capacity to dig in structurally against reform efforts, end of quote. After serving in various ministries, Head of Service, State House, Ministry of Labor and Productivity, Youth Development, and Ministry of Communication and Technology, retirement came suddenly and without any warning on 10th November 2015, just ahead of his 56th birthday. Chapters 13 and 14 interrogate the reform philosophy of Nigeria by examining first the Socratic imperative and subsequently the reform agenda itself. And he admonished that administrative leadership and politics of reform is the centerpiece of progress. In Chapter 16, the author shared his post-retirement experience in think tanking from Ibadan School of Government and Public Policy to National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. Traversing the boundary between theory and practice and the promise of synergy for greater common good is the focus of Chapter 17. In the last chapter, the author embarked on a prognosis on the prospect of Nigeria as a nation. And in his words, I quote, Nigeria lacks a vision. He put forward a thesis that Nigeria's affairs have been piloted by two brands of leadership. The first one includes those who adopt wholesale the West Washington consensus with neoliberal conditionalities attached to development assistance. The second set comprises of those with neo-patrimonial vision whereby self-interest overrides public good. The absence of shared vision results in collapse of active citizenship with attendant consequences for effective social mobilization from below, which is required for inclusive and sustainable development. This brings me to the evaluative part of the review, beginning with the strength of the book. 1, only few writers can put together such a compelling piece based on primary data collected from over 3 decades of participant observation at close range. This will leave traditional ethnographers in research methodology green with envy. 2, the author's background as a philosopher, theorist, frontline practitioner, expert insider, reform champion, and advocate of social justice is reflected in the deeply analytical content of the book. 3, the logical sequencing of the chapters and vivid chronological layout of the event makes it easy for readers to connect the dots from beginning to the end. 4, The boldness with which the author took on complex and controversial issues gave the reader enlightening perspectives on issues mostly misunderstood by the public and hardly voiced in the public domain. 5, the author brought to bear a rare combination of practical skills and intellectual endowment. In the book, I find the voice of a philosopher, a political theoretician, a policy anthropologist, a literary critic, a political scientist, an institutional ethnographer, a strategic communicator, and above all, a spiritual enthusiast. I think you will all agree with me, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that Professor Tunji Olaopa, like his father mentioned to him while he was young, that Aboyade was a genius. He also found out the meaning of what genius is, and then he discovered Einstein, because Einstein was given as an example in the dictionary as an example of a genius. You will all agree with me that Olaopa himself is indeed a genius. Are there additional pullouts from the review aside the strengths? Well, the second forward, written by Professor Ewosa Osagai, the Director General of Nigerian Institute for International Affairs, and I drew attention to 3 important points, and I would like to highlight them. First, he asked the question, are there cultural and historical specificities to particular reform situations? Is there a need, for instance, to decolonize the civil service? Second, even though this was touched tangentially at some point in the book, is there a need to further interrogate and debate on the generalist, to further interrogate the debate on the generalist versus specialist in the civil service? Third, given the federal nature of the Nigerian state, can we talk about a truly reformed civil service, even if we get it right, without bringing on board simultaneously or sequentially the state and local government services? These are issues the reading public might like the author to bring to bear his unique blend of towering academic credentials and superb frontline experience in reform management. Aside this, all I can say to the autobiographer is that the reward for a good work is more work. Please, we still need to learn more, and future generations will appreciate additional documentation of your rich repertoire of knowledge and experiences. As he himself, and I mean Olaopa, rightly surmised, I quote him now, I take this autobiography to be without an end, even when you reach the epilogue. An autobiography carries within it narratives, a huge and lifelong trail of debt that cannot be adequately paid. Hence, the general public, I would like to tell you, please stay tuned. This is not the end yet. Second point I would like to flag is, given the compelling nature of the content, its analytical rigor, and impressive rendition, in other climes, this amazing piece will be a strong candidate for enactment into a movie. Perhaps this could be an idea worthy of consideration. In particular, the part that your friends were giving you slaps will be an interesting highlight of the movie. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me to go spiritual here by way of concluding. Not to worry, I will not do incantations like Wale did to Olaopa. Indeed, the Unending Quest for Reform is an outstanding collection of real-life stories of how God Almighty works in extraordinary ways. From beginning to the end, the reader will find several episodes in Professor Olaopa's living history, where one can only say it can only be God. His entire life is indeed a testament to the power of the Almighty. From his miraculous recovery from a strange brain ailment that almost led him to committing suicide, to regaining his lost sight at the peak of his career. These are powerful testimonies. My third special message to him, therefore, is taken from the book of Isaiah 60, verse 15. I am a Muslim, by the way, but I read the Bible very well. And I quote, "Although you have been forsaken and hated, with no one traveling through, I will make you the everlasting pride and the joy of all generations." End of quote. In conclusion, the Unending Quest for Reform, an intellectual memoir, is not only a narration of Professor Tunji Olaopa's life history. It chronicled the pathologies of the Nigerian state, its civil service, and the society. It highlights the dilemma of post-colonial predicament that continue to clog the wheel of progress at systemic, structural, institutional, and attitudinal levels. In its unending quest for reform, the Nigerian civil service, rather than serve as a linchpin to a developmental state, continues to wallow in its own bureau pathological meddlesomeness. Nevertheless, we must not fail to acknowledge the commendable effort being made to ensure that those concerns expressed by reform enthusiasts, of whom Professor Tunji Olaopa stands out soldiers high, are already beginning to crystallize. For example, the Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan, FCIP 25, appears to have incorporated the performance management system and other innovative ideas advocated for many years by Professor Olaopa all through his careers, as shown in his autobiography. We can only wish for expedited implementation of all the pillars of FCIP 25 in order to deliver on the overarching goal of engendering a civil service that is capable of meeting the challenges of the 21st century. For students of public administration, public policy, political science, political theory, philosophy, administrative historian, development practitioners, and anyone who is desirous of understanding the complexity of managing institutional reform, innovation, and change in fragile and challenging context, I strongly recommend this memoir as a must-have and must-read. This brings me to the end of my presentation. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Aremu. Just to do a bit of a check on where we are, the events for today are in 3 parts. There's this first part that would end with a presentation of the books. We're going to go to that in a minute. And after that, we'll break for just a stretch break, bathroom break, tea break. And when we come back, we'll take the first technical session. Go for lunch, come back and take the second technical session. And for the presentation of the book, I'd like to invite a number of people to support His Excellency Chief Dr. Olusegun Obasanjo in unveiling the book. And in no particular order, I'd like to invite the chairman, who's the executive director, Dozie Oil, and chairman or chairperson, Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, Southeast Chapter, Professor Taye Simbeni, the Director General, NISA, Dr. Adiya Ode, who's also going to moderate one of the sessions, Dr. Goke Adegoroye, Ambassador Martins, Dr. Joe Abba, Country Director, DAI Nigeria, Mrs. Lola Olaopa, and Professor Jibo Ibrahim, and obviously Professor Tunji Olaopa. Please, if you can support and encourage and accompany His Excellency over to the table, we'll do the public presentation of the book. Microphone. No, there, down there.
To the glory of God Almighty and for the benefit of everybody who will read this book and their enlightenment. Amen.
A copy for everyone. And I'll invite Lady Chukwudozie to say a few words.
Your Excellencies, the former President of Nigeria and the pioneer President of the Fourth Republic of Nigeria. Coming from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, I crave and established in this house today. From the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where Professor Tunji Olaopa has made a lot of impact to the extent that we have successfully launched and presented our own book and a compendium for economic policies, which we have recently presented to the current Minister of Finance, titled Blueprint for Accelerated Development in Manufacturing in Nigeria. Through Professor Tunji Olaopa, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria's auspicious occasion, representing my husband, my family, the group of companies which I represent, I want to crave the indulgence of everyone here to support the launch of this book. One thing that struck me, one of the periods that I was speaking with Tunji on the welfare of this book, when he said that he knows quite all right that he's not going to make any financial gains from this book, but because of his patriotic duty and to push the frontiers of knowledge, he has engaged into writing this book. And he said he also is aware that there are a lot of piracies out there, but he has this posterity to keep a date with and won't forgive himself if he does not go ahead and write this book. On this note, I want to plead with everyone here to please help Professor Tunji defray the cost of publication of this book by picking some copies and giving it out as gifts to your friends, to loved ones, because this book is indeed a masterpiece and deserves to be on every library, in every home, offices, and educational institutions. Therefore, on behalf of my family, I want to pick about 100 copies of this book for man and every other person that will come my way. I'll distribute it just to support my dear friend for taking his time to mentor the next generation of public administrators in Nigeria. I'll be picking these 100 books with 2 million naira. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I join you to welcome Baba again and all the special guests here. This has been a rather overwhelming event and experience in a single moment. Like has been said, this is not just an academic and intellectual affair. We are also gathered here to brainstorm on the reform of the Nigerian state. Let me skip all the high-end ideas and just go to, permit me therefore to appreciate by thanking the Creator of heaven and earth, the Almighty God, for the grace not only to write this memoir, but also to keep fulfilling purpose for which my life remains meaningful. Words will fail me to adequately express my deep gratitude for the honor I always receive from our special guest of honor, father and statesman, the General of Generals, nationalist. We know him to be Balogun, but some call him Ebora of Owu, and the letterman himself, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. Can we please give him a round of applause? No matter what anyone has to say about Baba, I have more to say. He took his foresighted belief in my talents, his confidence in my capacity as a reform specialist and expert practitioner to deploy me as technical head of the National Public Service Reform Strategy Team in Management Services in 2002. That singular act consolidated my being here today, of course, by God's grace and providential direction. Your Excellency, may the grace of your twilight years and those that the heaven keep renewing in your life never grow less. I'd like to thank through the representative of Dr. Fayemi by saying that Dr. Fayemi, the immediate past governor, remains an all-time inspiration for me. I'd like to appreciate my colleague, the head of service of the Federation, who I regard as a silent achiever, doing a whole lot that the administrative history of Nigeria will never forget. I'd like to sincerely salute my colleague and the chairman of today, Ambassador Gosno Igali. is a rare public servant that God has blessed Nigeria with. I'm proud to call him my brother and a fellow laborer in the reform field. I'm ever so indebted for all that we are to each other and all that we share. We have in our midst today a whole range of those who are mentors with large heart, the likes of Bishop Matthew Azankuka, who almost said, Tunji, why did you deny me the opportunity of being here? I could not have left Sokoto at this time. I convey my apology. Professor Tunde Adeniro was my teacher. He has taken me like a handbag for a very long time, and it's been so. Now, something was said about my Bureau of Public Service Reform experience. I think it was lifted somewhat. But the context for me is that my work experience with Dr. Goke in retrospect, was divinely arranged. Through him, I learned some very core realities of life. Indeed, in my writing, when you read it, when I got to the Bureau of Public Service Reform, I thought that as an enthusiast, I need 70% technical skills and 30% political skills to be a change agent. But after working with Dr. Adegoroye, I reversed it. I realized that I need 70% political skills and 30% technical skills. It was tough at the time, but God has a way of doing his things and leave room for us to be very appreciative. I'd like to appreciate Professor Francis Egbokare. I have never listened to Professor Egbokare, who was my colleague in Ibadan, and never moved at the depth of his scholarship. This is a linguist veering into reform conversation, and he has created almost like a template that those of us doing reform will have to reference for all time. We appreciate you, Prof. Comrade Fatai Aremu, Professor Fatai Aremu also did, I do not expect anything less. I thought that NIPS lost Professor Aremu by allowing him to leave. Professor Tayo Koisi Simbine, we've been classmates from UI. She's now Director General of NISA. We have always been sparing partner himself, Professor Rotimi Subero and all. Professor Nasiruddin Suman, Dr. Joaba, my sister, Adia Ode. Since I met you, I started to understand development work better. Thank you very much for being there always. Lady Ada Chukwudozie, my friendship is more with the husband. That was a unique Nigerian, the husband. But when you will see the success of their conglomerate, it will not be difficult to know that this is an amazing that is the mover. And we are fortunate to have to take her out to impact on Nigeria. I know she didn't want to take that role in man, but we just generally have to make her to impact on Nigeria. There are so many others that I cannot mention. There's Dr. Plansad Dai, who facilitates policy training with me all around. Professor Additional Folayan. I will do the proper vote of thanks after the event, so I will have to make up for whatever is missing. But we need to give this gentleman, Patrick, a real resounding ovation. Since I met Patrick, I have started deepening my knowledge of management and getting things done. This is a man that I cannot do anything but calling him. I also met one of my students, Femi Awoyemi. He's also here. These are guys who really cut their teeth in the industry. But I think we need to pull you people more into the public sector so that this whole chain that we are talking will be far more. There are a whole retinue of bosses, mentors from the federal civil service and the different services that are here. A lot of public intellectuals, development practitioners, media chieftains, business mongols, core professionals that are here. All I can say is a big thank you to all of you. I cannot end this vote of thanks without thanking my dear wife. That woman will deal with me if I forget her. But not just that, but she deserves to really be applauded. I discovered that when our children are now grown, our marriage and communication is a lot better because they call each one of us to order. So I like my children to rise where they are, to be, are you here? Aha. I only have 3 of them, so thank you very much for coming. Thank you. I therefore dedicate the Unending Quest for Reform to those who share with me what I have been calling the Nehemiah complex. The commitment as a change agent not to rest until the broken walls of Jerusalem, our Nigeria, is rebuilt. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, Professor Tunji Olaopa, for your unending energy and dedication to public service reforms in Nigeria. As I said initially, this is the end of part 1 of 3. So we're going to get into the more technical sessions, and we have a very rich lineup. The session that would start immediately after this would start with a speech by Dr. Joe Abba, and we have panelists from Jibo Ibrahim, Antonia Simbeni, Daye Planksat, and will be moderated by my friend and brother, Dapo Oyewole. And after that session, we go into the second technical session with a keynote by Professor Afolayo and technical discussions by Goke Aderogoroye, Nasiruddin Usman, Nuhu Yakub, and Olufemi Awoyemi, and will be moderated by Dr. Ode, and then we'll bring it to a close. So maybe we take about 15-20 minutes stretch break. We've got tea outside. The bathroom is at the other end of the hallway, and maybe we're back in the room by 1:30 to start the next session. Thank you so much. for this session. Dapoyewole wears many hats. He's a special advisor on development, planning, and international affairs in the last National Assembly to the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And he previously served as special advisor to many ministers of finance and national planning, responsible for policy and international cooperation. He has also served as director of the Center for African Public Policy and Strategy, CAPS, and also headed the international office of the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, in the UK. He's a Yale World Fellow, and is also an Africa Leadership Network and a doctoral researcher at the University of Sussex. A round of applause for Dapo Oyewole. Professor Jibo Ibrahim is a senior fellow with the Center for Democracy and Development and an outstanding scholar and activist. He's a member of the Electoral Reform Committee established by Professor Yaradua, or President Yaradua, and has observed elections in several countries, published many books, monographs, and articles in reference journals, and has consulted extensively for domestic and international development agencies and governments. Professor Jibo Ibrahim. Professor Antonia Simbeni is a professor of political science and international relations. Her research and Director General of the Nigerian Institute of Socioeconomic Research, NISA. Her research and consulting interests include public sector governance, the legislature, politics and elections in Nigeria, and gender issues. In 2002-03, she was a scholar on an exchange program at the Center for Study of Developing Societies, CSDS, in India, during which she compared the political party systems in India with Nigeria. She was appointed NISA Director General by President Buhari in 2022. Dr. Plangsat is an experienced development analyst with a demonstrated history of working in academia. She has a doctorate of philosophy focused on ethics and religious conflicts, cultural minorities and gender from the University of Birmingham. She's currently a researcher at the University of Jos. Dr. Plangsat. We also have Leko Shote. Is he here? Is he? Maybe not. Leko. Is he? Yeah. Okay. To set the context for the conversation, permit me to invite Dr. Joe Abba, who's the country director for DAI. You know, he's a lawyer, academic, and current director for DAI, an international development company. Before joining DAI, Joe was Nigeria's Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms. Under his leadership, he emphasized the need for public service reforms to focus on tangible improvements in the lives of citizens, not just administrative reforms. He holds a PhD in governance and public policy analysis from the Maastricht, you have to tell me if I got that pronunciation right, Graduate School of Governance. And if you are a Nigerian on Twitter and you don't know Joe Abba, you live in an alternate universe. Joe Abba.
Good afternoon, everyone. What Patrick didn't say was that I'm currently being dragged for telling people not to insult Professor Wole Soyinka and to disagree with him respectfully if they wish to do so. Let me congratulate my brother, Professor Tunji Olaopa, for this excellent book. It's already been reviewed, but I said to him that I often don't read autobiographies and memoirs because I always find that people embellish things, but that when I read his, it was very factual, very candid, so very many congratulations. So I want to talk about how we can accelerate governance and public service reforms in Nigeria. And but before I do so, I think it's important to have certain definitions in place, because just before the tea break, my elder brother, Dr. Igali, was asking me, Joe, you're still in the system. And I said, no, I'm no longer in the system. I left government 5 years ago. He said, yeah, but you're still involved. I said, yeah, that's true. And he said, what is going on? Is anything going on? Is anything changing? And I said to him, sir, that's a difficult question to answer. And I think the definitions will show you why it's a difficult question to answer. The first is, what do we mean by governance? There are different definitions that people can use, but the one I choose to adopt is that governance is the provision of political, social, and economic goods that citizens have the right to expect and that a state has the responsibility to deliver. That's from the Mo Ibrahim Foundation. And certain aspects of it are worth reiterating. And that is that the state has the responsibility to deliver these goods, and the citizens have a right to expect it of the state. What about public service reforms? What do we mean by that? I'll define public service reform simply as the deliberate actions to continuously improve the structures and processes through which these public goods I've just talked about are delivered to citizens. So it's a deliberate set of actions to continuously improve the structures and processes through which public goods are delivered to citizens. So in answering Ambassador Igali's question, is anything happening? You will see that sometimes even by doing nothing, the world will evolve. Certain things will change. Whether it's with regards to how you deliver services, or how you manage elections, or how certain parastatals sometimes work and then fade away and others come through and start to work. There's always some movement within the system, which is why it can sometimes be difficult to give a categorical answer that everything is working or nothing at all is working, because somewhere, somehow, something is working. Maybe if you look at it in aggregate, more things may not be working than are, but some things are always working. If I give you an example, I think in 2020, for the first time in our history, we achieved budget performance of 99%. Now, to the Nigerian on the street, that doesn't mean anything. To a reformer, that is actually quite a big deal, because it's something that's never been done. But let's look at the trajectory of reforms since we came back to democratic rule in 1999. And I'll categorize them into three broad areas, three broad types of reforms. The first are what I'll call foundational reforms. The second will be process-focused reforms, and the third will be citizen-centered reforms. I've resisted the temptation to group these results, these reforms by years, because you then get dragged into, this one happened in April instead of June, So, but if you were transiting from having been under military rule to working under a democratic system, And military rule is based on a command and control system that, to which accountability can be alien to. And so it was vitally important that coming back to democratic rule in 1999, we started to put in place those reforms that accord with democratic government. And so we put in things like a due process regime, which eventually we put in place anti-corruption legislation and established a number of anti-corruption agencies. We consolidated salaries and emoluments and monetized fringe benefits. But what about the allowances? We reformed our pension system from a defined pension scheme system, which was basically unaffordable, to a contributory pension system. So under the defined benefit system, you didn't have to contribute anything. But when you retire, you get a pension, or at least you are supposed to get a pension. Many people didn't. So you retire, you were entitled to a pension, you just didn't get it. And so we changed that and made it possible for people to contribute to a pension scheme where, through having a pension fund administrator, you're at least guaranteed a pension when you retire. We also computerized our payroll by putting in place an integrated payroll and personnel information system. There were many other things that were done, but these were foundational reforms that you needed to have in place, if you were going to run a functional government under democratic rule. However, other than things like the reform of the communication sector that then made it possible for many more people to have phones, and then the pension reforms that I talked about, a lot of the reforms, the monetization policy, the tenure policy, the integrated payroll and personnel information system, the consolidation of salaries and emoluments, these were things that affected the public service. My mother in the village, or my grandmother in the village, didn't really know about any of those. It never really affected her in person. So you could say that was the first phase of the reforms. The second phase started to focus on process. So now that we have these foundational reforms, are we doing things the best way that we could? And so we started to look at privatization of the power sector. We started to do justice sector reforms of our electoral systems, some initial efforts at improving identity management, some public financial management reforms. We started to reform our banking sector to make sure that our banks were no longer failing. We started to reform our tax administration system. We started making efforts to improve transparency in public life with things like the Freedom of Information Act and the establishment of the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NATI. And then the third phase started to then shift the focus to what does the citizen experience when they come in contact with government. So the first phase was about, these internal things. You need to put in place foundational things. The second phase was about how are we doing things? Are we doing them as well as we could? And the third phase is, okay, so what does the citizen experience when they come in contact with government? And that's when we started to focus on things like the ease of doing business regime that makes it easier to register businesses. We started doing visa on arrival. We started making efforts to make it easier to register a company with the Corporate Affairs Commission, and all those kinds of things. But I must point out that the taxonomy I've used are not neatly compartmentalized. There are things that started in 2007 or even in 1999 that are only coming to fruition now. So as an example, our National Identity Management Database. NIMC was put in place in 2007. We didn't significantly increase the numbers on our database until I think 2020, when we linked the national ID system to mobile phones. So as at I think 2005, NIMC had about 7 million records on its database. By the time we linked SIM cards to NIN, it had gone up to 95 million on the database today. Having said that, some other things that were working well, for instance, NAFDAC trying to constrain the proliferation of fake drugs and substandard pharmaceuticals, I would say is not as effective as it was a few years ago. And so now you see all sorts of sexual enhancement drugs being sold openly, none of them with a NAFDAC number, people being able to send children to go into supermarkets to buy sniper and then drink it and commit suicide. So we've in some ways we've gone forward, in other ways we've retrogressed. But the point to make is that there's no silver bullet which once you fire it, you will never need to do any reforms again. There's none. So this is a continuous process to try and improve the way that things are done and the experience of citizens when they receive public goods. As I said, our ratings on our anti-corruption efforts have regressed. We still don't have constant electricity. Indeed, I think it was last weekend, I had constant electricity for about 45 hours. I had to write to the Abuja Electric Distribution Company to ask them what was wrong. Why do I have 46 hours constant electricity? What is wrong? Because it's so unusual. Despite the deregulation of petrol, Nigerians are still queuing for petrol. And it's still a major hassle just being able to buy petrol into your car. The efforts to reduce the cost of governance have been largely rhetoric. Every 6 months, the government sets up a new committee that is reviewing the Orosei report, and then nothing ever happens. And then 6 months after, another committee will be set up again. We've been doing that now for 11 years. As at 2011, when the Orosei report was submitted, Nigeria had 547 federal agencies, parastatals, and commissions. 547. And don't forget that the Orosei report was, the purpose of the Orosei report was to advise government on how to reduce the number of agencies and parastatals and to reduce the cost of governance. So this was 2011. 10 years later, as at 2021, the Budget Office of the Federation declared that Nigeria had 943 ministries, departments, and agencies, and 541 corporations owned by the federal government. And so you can see that rather than reducing the number of agencies and commissions have nearly trebled in the 10 years since the Orosei report was submitted, and was still with very little discernible improvements in the delivery of public goods to citizens. Some efforts have been made to reform the federal civil service, but those efforts have been constrained by the wider issues of underinvestment, outdated processes and procedures, and limited adoption of technology. Many of the issues bedeviling the civil service, including appointment, promotion, discipline, and pay are outside the control of the head of the civil service of the Federation. So the head of the civil service of the Federation has really limited powers. The power to recruit is that of the Federal Civil Service Commission. The power to pay salaries is that, or set salaries, is National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission. The power to discipline is that of the Federal Civil Service Commission. The power to promote is that of the Federal Civil Service Commission. So you see that as head of service, unless all of these things are tackled, you just be dealing with your own little area, and the whole service will not fundamentally change. There's still no link between government priorities and the job descriptions of individual civil servants. So people go into work on a Monday morning not being sure what exactly they are contributing. And unless we focus on these external levers that affect the civil service, any efforts on civil service reform will remain limited. What is even worse is that there is no similar coordinating mechanism for checking the performance of agencies and parastatals. So at least with the head of service meets with PEMSEX every week, right? Every month? Huh? Dr. Adekore? Every month. Okay. So at least the head of service meets with the PEMSEX every month. There's no similar thing for agencies. Nobody asks agencies, what are you doing? How are you performing? What did you say you would deliver? What have you delivered today? And what a lot of people don't realize is that, you know, it's very sexy to focus on ministers. Oh, this person is minister of this person is minister of that. But actually, the citizen comes into contact with government through the agencies, not through the ministries. A citizen can exist throughout their lifetime and have nothing to do with a ministry. But whether it's fixing roads or going to hospitals or attending school or, you know, dealing with the police, it is the agencies that the citizen interacts with. Unfortunately, we pay next to no attention to the performance of agencies. So, what should a new administration do? Well, issues of governance are very wide. You know, you could focus on public policy, which is a field on its own, and think about, okay, how do we reform the way we make policy? You could focus on human resource management. How do you use your people most effectively? You could focus on public finance management. So how do you do your budgeting? How do you execute your budgets? How do you account for the money you spend? How do you report? How do you manage debt? How do you manage procurement? What about external scrutiny and audit? And then what do you do with execution and implementation? How do you monitor what you're doing? How do you evaluate? How do you report? So it's such a wide field that it's better to focus on a few key levers that could have a transformative effect on improving public governance and the delivery of public goods. So I'm going to focus on 5 main levers. One is creating a sense of a movement. The second is cutting waste and reducing the cost of governance. The third is raising productivity. The fourth is performance management. And the fifth is connecting with the public. But before I go into those, if you say to most Nigerians on the streets, what should the new government do with regards to public service reforms? The first thing they'll tell you is the service is bloated. You need to sack them all, cut it dramatically, and you say, okay, so how do you know the service is bloated? Oh, I went to Ministry of Works yesterday and I saw some 2 people loitering around, doing nothing. So, okay, so how many people should be working in the Ministry of Works? I don't know, I just know that there are too many. That's the level That's the engagement you're likely to have with any citizen on the street. You ask them too many for what? Well, that one you're getting a bit too intellectual when you ask that kind of question. But, you know, my successor as DG of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms announced recently that the federal public service, that is the civil service and the agencies, parastatals, and commissions, has 720,000 people. 720,000 at federal level. Let me double that number, because he took that number from IPIS, the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System. So let me double that number to 1.5 million. And the reason why I'll double that number to 1.5 million is that even for those organizations that are on IPIS, there are hundreds of people that are paid under the table that are not on IPIS, and they are seen as interns or volunteers or whatever. They all get paid government money. And the thing about being DG BPSR, Dr. Adegore will tell you, is that you know where all the bodies are buried. You know, nobody can give you figures that will just impress you on face value. So let's even double that number and say we have 1.5 million federal public servants. And let's say that the state governments, the 36 states put together, probably has another 3.5 million people put together. So let's assume, for the sake of argument, that Nigeria has 5 million public servants. We're 200 and something million people. The UK has 5.7 million. There are 60 million people. The question then is, the UK produces 6 times our GDP. Right? So you can't do a like-for-like comparison in that regard. But if you look at other developing countries, you'll be shocked if I tell you that our public service is actually tiny. It's actually quite tiny. We need more teachers. We need more doctors. We need more policemen. We need more people collecting taxes. We need more people going around checking the quality of service that government organizations are delivering. What we have is a lopsidedness, just like Professor Olaopa said, where in some places there are too many, in other places there are too few. And we need to think about how we can rebalance our service. But in aggregate terms, our public service is actually smaller than that of many African countries if you compare the size. So I wanted to get that out of the way, because many people will say, oh, they will tell the new government, all you need to do is sack all of them, cut the numbers by half. There is a minimum number you need to run a functional public administration system, and we need to be more intelligent about it. Okay, I think Patrick is staring at me, so let me just quickly move on. So what I find has been missing since President Obasanjo left office in 2007 has been a sense of a movement. This feeling that something is happening in the country. The country is getting better. You know, we're moving on all different fronts, and there is a concerted effort to raise the quality of governance. That is what has been missing since 2007, to my mind. And I think the next government must prioritize that, and that must be led by the president himself. I'm sure you heard President Obasanjo say that the very first meeting he had was with federal PEMSEX the week after he took office. That is the kind of commitment and an example that you need to focus on. If you don't, just like I said to Ambassador Igali, you'll keep having pockets that are doing well and are not, but the whole must be seen to be greater than the sum of the parts. The second thing is the need to reduce the cost of governance and to cut waste. The only agency that has ever been scrapped is NAPEP. That's the only one that has ever been scrapped. Instead, we've kept adding to the numbers. But some will tell you that, oh, we can't implement our Rossouw report because it's too old, it's 10 years old. But I know that BPSR and the Office of the Secretary to Government have revised and updated it at least 4 times. So the age is not the issue. Some will also say that, but you can't merge agencies and you can't scrap them because they are created by law. So, you need to go to the National Assembly to amend each one individually. Actually, you don't. You can, with a single agency reform bill, scrap a number and merge the others. And that is exactly what we did with the Petroleum Industry Act, that with one act abolished the Petroleum Equalization Fund, the Petroleum Products Pricing Regulatory Agency, and the Department of Petroleum Resources. So it is doable if we want to do it. We need to urgently remove fuel subsidies. At 16 billion for 2022, the amount of money we paid on fuel subsidies was double the total expenditure of all our 36 states put together. And what we're doing is effectively subsidizing petrol for urban dwellers and neighboring countries. The people who live in the rural areas have always been paying the full price. It's only people in Lagos, Abuja, and big cities that have been getting petrol at the NNPC price. So better to remove it and use that money to invest in human capital, health, education, invest in the civil and public service, be able to attract better quality personnel, be able to get cutting-edge technology, and also to invest in things like, you can't just cut waste alone, you also need to produce more. And we need to make efforts to raise agricultural and manufacturing output. We need to maximize revenue from solid minerals and the entertainment industry. We need to maximize our expertise in payment systems. Nigeria is actually one of the world leaders in being able to use your card or your bank to pay for something. And we need to do that in a way that doesn't get into in the way of these young innovators. We need to change the mindset of our customs service to just not be focusing on arrest and seizures, to also focus on trade facilitation. Until we do that, we will not get the full benefits of the African Continental Free Trade Area regime. Apart from raising productivity, we need to manage and report performance better. So the federal government now has a central delivery and coordination unit in the office of the LGF, which tracks the 9 priority areas that the current government set up in 2019. And the results are presented and discussed at annual presidential retreats every year. This is good practice. We should continue. But like I said, we need to do something for our agencies. And then finally, connecting with the public. Government communication in Nigeria has been historically woefully poor. The legacy of military rule in Nigeria still means that many government organizations don't feel the need to communicate and engage with the public. And what communication exists is often defensive, combative, and reactionary. And this creates a credibility gap that means that even when good work is being done, public perception is that it is not. Many will be surprised that successful prosecution in corruption cases actually rose by 55% in 2022, and that there was a 103% increase in the number of successful criminal prosecutions generally. But then if you look at that against the corrupt persons, the Transparency International ratings, you see that we've come down. And that's as a result of the government's inability to communicate. So and perhaps we need to change the way we approach communications. This idea of having journalists or former journalists being the ones doing communications, we need to rethink, and perhaps have policy people that can explain a policy to the public in the way that they can understand it, be the ones that are put in that position. Finally, would be the way we make policy. This hangover from the military, where we make policy with arrogance, thinking we know what they want, we don't need to ask them, they should even be grateful they are getting it, is the reason why we do not consult, we do not do prior work, we don't do political economy analysis to see whether this policy will fly or whether the politicians will have a means of constraining it. We don't look at risks. We don't do proper project execution. We don't do appropriate and adequate consultation. We just rush to announce. And then we are surprised when we say our problem is implementation. How will our problem not be implementation when you do a so-called cashless policy in the way you've done it? Thanks for your time.
Please give him another round of applause. We all know Dr. Abba. He cannot speak without giving us cause for reflection. And of course, with his wit and humor, you always have time for a chuckle or the other. And that perhaps is the Nigerian predicament in a sense. Our problems are immense, but sometimes they're so immense we have to look for, shall we say, a comedic exit. And Dr. Abba has a talent for being able to tell us very serious things in ways that help us to understand. We can laugh, but they are serious. And the issues we have here today are serious matters. Let me start, first of all, by saying congratulations to Professor Olaopa. And for not just for this book. When you look at this room, people are here, sir, not just because of the book. People are here because of the lives you've touched, the people you've inspired, and myself included. I remember as a diaspora returnee to Nigeria in my early 30s, I was contemplating, do you go back home or not? I've been doing this international thing, working with other countries. And I said to an uncle of mine, who in Nigeria is working and reforming government from within, and at the same time is an intellectual, because it's a very difficult tightrope to straddle. And he said, Tunji Olaopa. And I remember when I did come back home, the first person I reached out to was Professor Olaopa. And what was interesting is when I showed up in his office, I was coming from the abroad. So when he gave me a time, I thought it's at that exact time. But when I walked into his waiting room, and I saw the large numbers of people waiting to see him, it began to help, it helped me to understand what a national treasure this man is. Sir, we're not just celebrating your book, we're also celebrating your service. Round of applause. Again, of course, they say you can tell the health of a society by the vibrancy of its intelligentsia. But what if there's no platform for the intelligentsia to gather and to think about not just problems, but also solutions? We have Nextier here to thank for always bringing us together, to think about the problems of our country, but more importantly, to think about the solutions that we can use to take them forward. Thank you very much to Nextier for gathering us today for what I know will be a fascinating conversation. My name is Dapo Oyewole, as I have been introduced before. And I've had the extraordinary privilege of watching Nigeria's reform journey from multiple perspectives, which will inform our discussions today. From civil society, a critical actor, when I worked at CDD in the London office. I'm delighted to have here my senior colleague, Professor Jibo Ibrahim, who was a leading light and continues to be a leading intellectual light within CDD and otherwise. I've also had the opportunity to engage in this reform process from the consulting side, McKinsey, Palladium, but we also have in the room quite a number of people from that world, and we'll be keen to see and hear how you see the reform journey from the outside, particularly from the private sector. Also from the donor sector, I had the honor of working on these issues, again with my senior colleague, Dr. Joe Abba, who was the head of the federal reform program then at the DFID Spark program, where really he was doing exactly what he's still doing now, helping government to work better and to function more effectively. And it will be a delight to discuss some of his ideas. But more pertinent to today and now, I've also been able to watch this as Special Advisor to Minister of National Planning, a Special Advisor to Minister of State for Finance, and currently from the legislature, a Special Advisor to the Speaker of the House of Representatives. When you look at Nigeria's reform journey from these multiple perspectives over, shall we say, 20 years, one of the things that becomes very clear is that when you do not have an alignment between policy, plans, finances, technical capacity, institutional capacity, and quite importantly, real, genuine political leadership and dogged leadership, like Baba has demonstrated to us, the reform process will not go anywhere. But what we've also learned is that government does not have all the answers. And in this room today, we have the joy of being able to engage with our colleagues in civil society and in the think tank space who can help us to unpack and understand these discussions in what we intend to be more focused on solutions and less on just what the problems are. They have been well introduced, and I think I may just start with asking our panelists in a minute or two to first define for us how they see the problem. Just 2 minutes in terms of opening statements. And then, of course, connecting it to some of the things that Dr. Olaopa, Professor Olaopa has mentioned in his book. And then we'll go a bit deeper for about 20 minutes. Then we will come to you in the audience to hear your thoughts, your ideas, and your reflections as well. So, without further ado, to start our discussion, it is my honor to ask Professor Antonia Simbine, who is the Director General of Nigeria's foremost think tank. Well, maybe I shouldn't say foremost, since there are other think tanks here who may wrestle for that position, but one of Nigeria's oldest and most, shall we say, institutionally embedded think tanks, the Nigeria Institute of Social and Economic Research. Madam, you have been at the helm of, well, you have been in this process since, I believe, at NISA since 1984, meaning like myself, you must have been able to see this from multiple perspectives. Could you give us a very short overview? What do you think the critical challenges are in terms of effective and sustainable public sector reform that can ensure better governance in Nigeria? Professor Simbede.
Thank you very much. Before I delve in, I would really also want to appreciate Nextier for this gathering and to appreciate the author of today, Professor Tunji Olaopa, for this opportunity to have a discussion, a very important discussion at this time when we're about to have a new administration. The question I'd like to ask is, I hope we have some of the people who are close to them in the room, or you will ensure that the output of this meeting will really get to where it should. For me, and the little time that I have, I really, I think a major issue area is that of the cost of governance. And Dr. Abba has touched on it. The causes, partly, we can actually take from the root of the Constitution itself. There are constitutional provisions that indicate that things have to be done in certain ways. The system of government, for instance, has to be three-tier. There is also the executive, the legislature, and then the judiciary. Why, for instance, would we have such a big bicameral legislature? I think that this is a question to ask. And each time it has been asked, the point has been made that the people who are there are not likely to make a change in what is or what they seem to be benefiting from. I think that it is important that sooner or later we look at an issue like this. The Constitution also provides that ministerial appointments, for instance, in order to ensure inclusion, ministerial appointments have to have ministers from all states, to the extent that when you have 28 ministers in place, 17 are ministers of state, meaning that you have 2 ministers in one ministry. All of these offices, both at arms of government level, at legislative level, at executive, when you now come to ministerial appointments, have different offices, aids, allowances, and so on attached to them. And that takes me to when you talk about the ministries, for instance. Dr. Abba has told us, yes, in terms of the numbers, the GDP, it's probably still small. But it is big in the sense that you have a police force and about 10, more than 10 other agencies related to security and law and order. Why, for instance, will all of this not be the police force or not be coordinated in one area? What happens is that once you have different offices with different names, you have to make provision, for instance, for the chief executives of each of these agencies in the same way and manner. So, even if we don't have enough, those that we have, he itemized the areas that are really critical for us. People who should be ensuring that the services that are provided meet the right quality and quantity. Okay? People who should be making sure that as services are being provided, taxes are being paid. People who should be ensuring that governing the expectations of the people are really being met by what government is providing. So we don't have that mix. We don't have the mix in the way we should have it. If we have more people now, we cannot deploy them. We should not deploy them going forward in the existing structure that we have, because all it does is contribute to bloatedness and equally to the cost of governance. Because of time, let me leave it at this.
Thank you very much. And I think those are two very critical points to move forward on, the cost of governance and also the structure of governance in a sense. Let me come to the good Professor Jibo Ibrahim for his own reflections. You've been at the forefront for advocating for some of these changes in through civil society, and of course from your erudite writings, which I doubt if some of the people that you want to hear actually read. But we do know that you are a walking encyclopedia of ideas. Could you share with us in 2 minutes, sir, just your first 2 headline ideas and thoughts that reflect to what Professor Olaopa has written in his book, but also, of course, Dr. Abba's presentation as well. Professor Ibrahim.
Thank you. I have 3 points to make. Rather than make them in 2-minute segments, I'll just take 6 minutes, make all my points, and there'll be peace in the world. If not, the opposite will be true. The first point I want to make is, and I made this to Professor Olaopa when I went to the launching of the School of Government in Ibadan, that when we became undergraduates in 1975, we were very jealous with our mates in all the other universities who were admitted to study political science, and we in Ahmadu Bello University were admitted to study government. And we felt very inferior to all our mates, and we complained bitterly to our head of department, Professor James O'Connell, that we don't want to study government, we want to study political science. And he said, you young kids, you don't understand government. Government does not tolerate intellectuals. When you study political science and you get a job in government, they'll be very suspicious with you that you are coming to intellectualize their work. But government is a good cover. You look safe, you will not pose any threats, and that's why we must keep the title government, BSc government. Well, luckily, the February 76 coup happened. Virtually all the expatriates had to leave Ahmadu Bello University, and our new head of department, his first mission in government, in the department, was to change our degree from government to political science. But maybe all that was wrong. Maybe it was important to have a steady focus on how government actually works. And that was the point I made to Professor Olaopa when he launched the School of Government, because part of what has happened is that knowledge of what is government and how does government work gets lost too easily. Government provides public goods to the people. And the specificity of government provision of public goods is that it's designed to meet basic needs in society. The reality, the narrative, the story of Nigerian government is that we have had 50 years of declining capacity to provide public goods. And that's the crisis of the state to which we are confronted today. Let me make the point that the provision of public goods requires that public policies are enunciated that address the needs of the people. How you produce those policies is itself a very difficult job. And what we have lost in this country, but not just in this country, all over Africa. I'm currently involved in a study of 18 countries in the Sahel and the coastal states in West Africa, looking precisely, among other things, inability of government to provide security, but that inability itself being a function of a general inability of government to provide public services. How do you make government policy? We had a system that we ran in this country for a very long time, and it gradually disappeared over the last 30 years. The first is that you must have a process that's all-inclusive. And the process starts with what's called the writing of a green paper. The green paper is the product of an initial consultation within government articulating the policy. That green paper must be written by an interministerial committee drawn from all the relevant ministries on the basis of the core principle of what's called an all-of-government approach. When that green paper emerges, that green paper then gets sent to what are called stakeholders. And you usually give 3 to 6 months for those stakeholders to study the green paper and make an input into it. And that input goes back to the interministerial committee, which then re-examines it based on inputs made. My first engagement with that process was when President Obasanjo, well, he was then military head of state, launched the Operation Feed the Nation. And he sent the policy paper to all universities and asked for thorough debate and comments on it, which we did. Based on that, the policy, the food security policy of the Nigerian state was drawn up. And then what happened? Shortly after handed over, 1979, President Shagari came in and he said he didn't like that policy draft. So he then issued a green paper on the Green Revolution, based essentially on drawing on the Indian model. Essentially, transformation of agriculture based on changing the technology. You move from the hoe to the tractor. And the problem with that green paper was that it had not been discussed extensively within government. I have just 2 more minutes and I'll finish the argument and sit down, if you don't mind. But it's important because nobody has spoken today about this process for developing a policy in a way to make sure it works. So there's an argument I want to make. Now, when we examined the Green Revolution paper, the first issue was the false assumptions on which it was based. To do the Green Revolution, you have to massively have a change of technology, sufficient tractors to take over from the hoe. Where are you going to get the tractors when you don't produce it? Oh, you set up an assembly plant and then you'll have it. And we pointed out that look at the Indian model you are selling to us. What did they do? They set up an iron and steel industry. Out of that iron and steel industry, you then develop your own technologies that are adequate to your system. And it was based on that that they engaged on the Green Revolution. Second element, you are going to have to move from organic to chemical fertilizer. What's the impact? Already at that time, in 1979, there was a crisis in the Indian Green Revolution in terms of the destructive effect of chemical fertilizer and the new tractors eroding the soil and reducing its productivity. The point I'm trying to make is that when you have a policy process that is itself not thorough, then you end up with a policy document that's not implementable. The third and final element of my story has to do with the current reform process. And here I'm going to disagree with a lot of the talk about the great success of policy design and implementation under President Obasanjo. I had the privilege of attending the famous Saturday morning policy conferences that were held to introduce new policy. And that was when I realized we are heading towards a major state crisis, because what was the process? Essentially, a policy document will come either from the World Bank or from the UNDP. Then it will be discussed at the Saturday roundtable in Aso Rock, and I attended many of those, after public consultation, and then it becomes the policy of the government. What that meant is that in reality, Nigerian government, which is consisting of ministries and agencies, have not really had any input in that policy. It has come from above. It has been heralded by the president, who has already been convinced about the utility of that policy, and that because that policy is assumed to be good, then it is imposed on the state. And of course, not surprisingly, it doesn't work. Why is it that the three-stage process for policy making was abandoned? The first stage, interministerial committee, green paper. Second stage, public input from stakeholders outside governments and in agencies. Third stage, writing up a law where the National Assembly now brings its own insights, would be implemented by the state. I think trying to go back to a more thorough, I have one more sentence, Dapo. If you want to understand why the Naira redesign policy doesn't work, when I come back, I need 2 minutes.
Time, and of course, because we started a bit late earlier on, I've just been informed by organizers that we actually have even more limited, a bit faster, but we'll try and get it done. I think I would like to go to Dr. Dahil Plangsat, who is the director of the Development Research Project Center in Jos. I'll be keen to hear from you your key headlights, and please help me keep to 2 minutes. And quite importantly, a point that I think Professor Ibrahim raised, which is critical, this sense of anti-intellectualism in government. They will say your grammar is too much, your English is too big, but really there's a huge lacuna between policy research and actually policy making. And I think one of the things Professor Jibo Ibrahim wanted to emphasize is that our policy making system itself is flawed. So if the system is flawed, how do you expect positive products?
He has said, because sitting down to listen to intellectual giants, right disregard for even professional experts within the civil service space. In the sense that within the civil service, you have people who have grown, they understand the system, but over time, when they reach a level where changes are to be made, they are now either shown the way out or outright pride by some existing civil servants to take corrections and to reform would also affect the entire process and system. In as much as I did not work as a civil servant, but let me give you an example of my experience with the civil service space. When I returned from my doctoral studies, I ran into the Vice Chancellor when I was trying to submit my, he said, oh, that's nice. 3-4 days later, I saw appointment to work in the Center for Gender and Women's Studies. The center just started. I was upgraded to become the director of the Center for Gender and Women's Studies in the University of Jos. Now, if I liken that to a civil service or a public sector environment, I just came in there. I came with these ideas to professionalize the system, inject new thinking. The teaching pedagogy needs to change. in line with what I learned. But what did I meet? Some forms of mindset rigidity, which I also see in the civil service space. And this mindset rigidity is closely related to what I refer to as the fragile ego of those who are within that same space. And from the discussions I had and the book, which I had the preview of also seeing before now, most of the civil servants in this space also have this kind of ego. Now the ego with their rigid mindset that any change that comes becomes something they would look and reject. So even when experts are trying to bring in some things that are new that will even help the system, the first thing they see is what we call outright rejection for any forms of innovations and changes within that space. And in my experience within these few years that I served as the director, I think for 5 years and some few months, I was responsible also for implementing the university gender policy and then the sexual harassment policy. Now, those who made these same policies became the same sets of people who would want to ensure the policy doesn't work. And I'm sure that might also exist within the same civil service space. And I think that can be likened to a statement where Prof. Sojibo in one of his columns in the Guardian also wrote about the fact that sometimes we assume that policies will get implemented once they are made. So the thought process involved in thinking through how these policies work, what to do to make them work, is completely missing. So there's that halo where you find this resistance and then this wanting to change, and then everything becomes a little bit muddled up. I just moved from the center now to Abuja, where I'm also director. I'm also consulting for the Development Research and Project Center as their gender advisor. Now, I'm seeing a sharp difference between where I was trying to bring in reforms and changes in the center and here. In the private sector, they are more result-oriented. Now, when you come in the morning, your schedules are ready. You have to deliver. For as long as you're delivering, you get more work, you enjoy your work, and at the end of the day, you appraise yourself and you're happy that this is what I've achieved. But looking at where I was coming from and that space, everybody behaves like it is a similar space. We don't need to be in a hurry to achieve anything. So why do you want to bring in changes? So you find that problems, the problems are just too many. In that, okay, yeah, I'm going to round up. The problems are just too many when you find yourself in a public service space trying to implement. I just gave you a minute example of where I worked. And then going back to connecting policies, reforms, and then the actual results in the field. That is another big lacuna. As I'm reviewing policies, action programs, etc., related to women empowerment, related to the reform policies, etc., that have to do with inclusivity and women in particular. Looking back from the Better Life for Rural Women, going down to family support program, going to the family economic advancement program, which is now subsumed under the Ministry of Agriculture, Federal Ministry of Agriculture. All these activities are modeled. So even to monitor some of the successes of the reforms we make, it becomes very difficult because some of them are housed in different ministries. For example, when you're trying to monitor empowerment, for example, of women, you might not get the data alone in the Ministry of Women Affairs. You go to Ministry of Agriculture, you get a few there. Ministry of Education is doing the same. Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy is doing the same. The last time I checked, over 50-something MDAs are involved issues. Now, if this scenario is to be applied to many other reforms we have, it means monitoring progress and even tracking success becomes problematic. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And again, I'm so sorry to rush everybody because I keep on thinking there's so much wealth of knowledge for you to share. Before I go to the audience, in the spirit of fairness, I think we should give Professor Simbede a minute or two if she has any quick thoughts, because you actually, you know, I don't think you had finished saying the things you wanted to say. So maybe just a minute or two, and then we'll go to our friends in the audience.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. I just want to read out a few figures. Administry was about 30.5 billion. By 2021, it had risen by 7,000%. 7,000% to 2,168 billion, from 30 to 2,168 billion in less than 20 years. Meanwhile, you know, you are spending more, but the development indicators of the country are going down and down. That is a real problem. If you look at the Gini coefficient of that, which captures income inequality in the society, this has declined with rising administrative costs. Meanwhile, per capita GDP, that measures the living standards of majority of Nigerians, has been steadily declining since 2021. We know about unemployment rates been rising since 2016, but administrative costs rose after being relatively stable in the 90s, in the 80s, up to the mid-2000s. Some of the manner in which we do policies, the fact that several agencies are involved in the same thing, are the ways that we're actually wasting and expending resources in the places where they should not be going to. They should be going to caring for, providing for infrastructure, facilities, jobs for our people, but this is not exactly what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. No, if you want to clap, please clap. Clap really well, because I think everybody has done exceptionally well. And I was going to say, Dr. Planksat, you really hit the nail on the head when you were talking about these issues of fragmentation, duplication. But I think even more importantly, I think in our discussions, we've been focusing a lot on the hardware of reform, you know, documents, processes, training, and things of that nature. But we haven't really looked at the software of reform, which is more psychological in terms of how you change the mindset of those that are required to even drive that reform process. So I really wanted to emphasize that that's a very good point you made. And of course, I think this is a great time to come to our friends. Critical issues have been raised. We're keen to hear responses to some of the things they've said, questions that you may have, but we're also conscious that we don't have all the answers. So if you do have one or two recommendations, we will give you literally 1 minute to make that. Now, let me give you a little sign. Once you start hearing this, that means it's time to stop. I think I will first recognize Professor Aremu, right here in blue, right behind Dr. Olaopa. Is someone helping us to pass mics? Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. 1 minute, please, sir. Or perhaps even less if you want to.
Okay.
Be gracious.
Well, certainly I'm not professor.
You've just been elevated like everybody else.
I live on minimum wage. I'm a comrade.
Comrade Aremu, the floor is yours, sir.
My brother is a professor. Well, I think a quick one. I also want to add my voice to say we brought fraternal greetings from the Governing Council of Michael Imodu National Institute for Labor Studies, all the way from Ilorin, to our dear Prof, our teacher, Professor Tunji Olaopa, for the formal presentation of your book. And also, it's a celebration of life. And I think we're happy to associate with that. Again, greetings from two ministers. I think this is for my DG NISA. Talking of government being over-bloated, I deal with two ministers. Minister of Labor, Dr. Chris Ngige, as well as the Minister of State, Kiamu. So fraternal greetings on this occasion. I think just one or two comments I intend to add to what has been said. I think it is clear that even from the trajectory and the life and times of Professor Olaopa, there's a long road, it's a long road to progress, to development. And that at times when you have adversities, shortcomings, they could also become opportunities. I'm happy to, through the review of the book by Professor Aremu, I don't need to read the book again because you've done so much justice to it. I can see that even when you are challenged, as you are challenged in life, you never give up. And I think what is applicable to personal life is also applicable to nation building. I think part of our effort towards reform is that we should also be constructive with our country. We need constructive discourse. At times when you listen to discussions about Nigeria, you think that the cup is totally empty, when actually, if we can do proper reflection, some progress has been made. And I want to thank Dr. Joe for reminding us that now we, at the point 2020, we have 90% budget performance. For the past 3 years now, the budget cycle runs for 3 years. Maybe what we need to do is to see how we have done this, and we keep on perfecting it, and make sure that we don't get overwhelmed by despair. Then the last one is everybody talks of link between plan and policies, and I asked myself, where are the plans? I think we've abandoned National Development Plan. We need to return back to it. One of the things President Buhari did of late is to bring back the new, what they call National Development Plan, 2021 to 2025. But if you ask me, I'm heading an agency as a DG of Minerals. If you ask my directors, including our staff, we are not clear what this plan looks like. There's a disconnect. I think we need to mainstream this so that all of us get key into it, in a much more creative way. Then political economy, somebody talks about that. I think it's going to, 2023 Nigeria, we can't afford the luxury of apolitical civil service. Not partisan, but apolitical. And after 24 years of uninterrupted democracy, all of us should know how democratic system works, and that requires political literacy and education. My dear sister, the DG of NISA, it's good to meet you formally. But you asked the question, who's close? How many of us are close to the new elected? Again, maybe that's the missing link, Professor Tunji. Next time, maybe you need to bring those who are in governance so that we can have dialogue instead of monologue. But when she asked that question, and I said, I think NISA too should be close to those in governance. Institutionally, we don't need to have our candidates talking to us through Chatham House. When we have NISA, we have NIPS, of course we have Minerals, which I'm heading. So I think the mountain doesn't move, we too must move to the mountain, to do so. So, but it's like politics is there, governance, political leaders are there, we are here. No, it's all one and the same, and we can't do so if we are really not connected properly.
Thank you, sir.
These are just a few points I thought I should raise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, and all very, very critical points as well. The lady sitting right next to you, and there's a gentleman whose hand has been up for a while in white behind the lady, and then I will come to the side of the room. So let me just finish with the side, then we'll come, and then please, I'll be very grateful if our panelists can just note some of the critical questions they may want to respond to. All right, Enene.
Thank you very much. My name is Enene Ejambi. When His Excellency President Obasanjo was speaking, I really like that he talked about two things, national reconciliation and values reorientation. And when Dr. Plangsat was speaking about the reforms she wanted to make and the resistance that she got, it touched on the fact that it's very difficult to get people to agree with the what if they don't agree with the why. So my question to the panel is, if you are advising the new government on how to move from reforms to pragmatic results, what would you say to them on the why in terms of, national reorientation around values and national identity, as well as some reconciliation, because there are fault lines in our body politic?
Very well said. Thank you very much indeed. The gentleman behind you in white.
Well done. Good day. My name is Mr. Sanusi Hamisu from Hamisu Educational Foundation. My question straight go to the panel is, as Nigeria is approaching, the whole world is approaching fourth industrial revolution, in which most of the financial or most of the economic activities has to do with digital economy. And the cost of governance in Nigeria is very high. Concerning as we said, that what matters is not the population of the high number of people, the civil servant, but the good out there, the performance, that's what matters a lot. Now, we are looking at it this way. My question is that, what kind of advice are you going to give the incoming government that they are going to face digital economy, digital governance, that is the e-governance, e-economy, whereby if we go through the e-governance and e-economic policy, we find out that 98% of this is going to be more of electronic than human. That means the people might be reduced. Those who are working in the civil service might be reduced and be replaced by the computer. For example, a case study like the banking sector. 90% of those who are working in the banking are in jeopardy because of the introduction of so many data, that is implementing of so many data activities in banking system. What are the advice will you give to the new coming government in terms of performance when it comes to digital economy and digital e-governance? Will the civil servant be reduced, or will the number of civil servants be increased? And how are we going to manage the fourth industrial revolution when it comes to policy making for our next government that are coming in? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a very good question about the future of governance, which is more e-governance centered. Will this help to reduce the cost of governance that you talked about, or will it even help to increase effectiveness and efficiency? Or might it even create a wider disconnection between the government and the people? These are some of the things that you have talked about. Okay, so we've taken 3 people on this side. Again, in the spirit of fairness, I will take 3 people here, and then we will come back to the panelists. I am encouraging the women amongst us also to please speak up. And I see UNDP, Oshotimai, the lady in green just right there. Could you please put up so they can see who you are? Thank you. Introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kehinde Oshotimai. I work at the Resident Coordinator's Office at the United Nations. I just wanted to highlight something that Professor Joe Abba said. In a system where there's no accountability, there's no M&E per se, he was mentioning that the agencies are closest to the people, and nobody's asking the agencies, what they're doing or how effective they are. If we continue that way, we'll continue to have this conversation every single time. I think that with the new government, there should be a strong recommendation for accountability. People should know that when I go to work, I have to deliver on this within this time frame, and somebody is checking, and if I don't do it, there will be consequences. I think that there should be a strong M&E. Sometimes I speak as more of a Nigerian than a UN staff, because you go to these agencies and you see what is happening, and this is it's a global thing. If I don't have to go to work and I don't have to do my job and nobody's asking, I may not be as effective as I should be. So I think that we should highlight that. And we shouldn't lose that, because if we have that, I think half of the problems will be solved.
Thank you very much. Accountability in government and in government performance. Still on this side of the room, can I see hands? I see a gentleman, I think your hand went up first, to the left. And then there's another gentleman. I don't see any lady to the right. I see you, sir, but what I would do is come back to you later on, since you've already spoken, and let you say a few words towards the end, but just to get people who've been here for hours to be able to share their thoughts. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. My name is Snow Dambui. I am from Nation First Foundation. While the doctor in navy blue, sky blue was speaking, she talked about the issue of mindset and the way some of the civil service structure, civil servants, think, and they are a bit rigid to any change. And it then took my mind back to a work I did with a program, the USAID eWatch program in Niger State, as a performance monitoring specialist, where we had to work with Niger State Water Board. So we went there. Prior to when I got there, they never had an M&E unit, so I quickly established an M&E unit. What I am trying to say is the resistance to this change, it's also down there at the state level in the civil service. And somehow it has to do with the mindset. And most of the talk here is actually looking at the center, that is the federal level. So what are we really thinking about the grassroots? What are we really thinking about the structure at the state level?
Understood.
Because these things are actually manifesting there too. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Our thoughts too high in the sky to be too far away from the people. And Dr. Blanksat, I think you may have been called many things, but this is the first time you'll be called Dr. Sky Blue. I think that will be the running joke for a while. Okay, I would like to have one more person. I'm looking for a lady to please say something. But in the app, okay, right, there we go. So we've sort of balanced out. Yes, excellent. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Joy Ogaji. I'm the CEO for the Association of Power Generation Companies. I want to thank the author and the organizers of this program. It's been awesome, and it's been quite thought-provoking, but to what extent our thoughts provoked is my concern. The panelists have said so much. I put down my hand because my sister from UN had already almost spoken my mind. But I just wanted to add to what she has said. As the new government is coming, we give portfolios to persons, and we don't have KPIs attached to those portfolios. So a minister, for example, is coming for 4 years or 8 years, and is coming to a particular ministry. I don't want to mention my ministry so that I don't offend the gods. So he comes to a particular ministry, and then he doesn't have any portfolio. And he doesn't also have KPIs that, okay, after every 3 months, he should be monitored to see if those KPIs are being met. And all he does is, as long as he's able to grease the palms of the people who can renew the tenure, his tenure is automatic. And I don't want to say more than what I've said, but you know what I wanted to say. Thank you.
I like that phrase. I don't want to say more than what I've said, but you know what I wanted to say. And on that note, I think we will come back to our panelists. Patrick, how much time do we still have? Exactly. So unfortunately, I will be unable to come back to the audience for questions, but I'm sure afterwards you might be able to engage with the panelists after this. So I think what we're going to do is give you an opportunity to respond to some of those questions, and in alignment with that, also make your closing remarks. Perhaps I'd like to start in a different order this time around. Dr. Sky Blue, I beg your pardon, Dr. Blacksat, I think the floor is yours. Please, if you could help me by doing this in 3-4 minutes, I think that would be very helpful.
You can have it. It's working. Yeah, thank you very much for your comments and for the new name I've added to my academic titles. Most likely I need to start going blue. I think I align with the contributions and the questions for our sister from the UN. Accountability is very key. When you work and you are not even evaluating yourself, I mean, there's something missing. And I keep saying most likely what we need, even in the civil service, is that when the new government comes, they need to gather a crop of people that they feel are experts and do what we refer to as mindset reforms. Because if those mindsets are not reformed, very soon they go to the same space and the system's hygiene is so bad that it corrupts easily as soon as you find yourself within that space. Because if you remember what the author said about when he joined the civil service, he thought he would utilize 70% expertise and then 30% politics and co. But then after a while, he discovered that it's going to be the reverse. So of course, the system itself, it's working in a way that it can corrupt people who come in. So the first step, of course, in addition to what Professor Jibo talked about, the green paper, would be to also reform those who would be manning or womaning those offices. In terms of the digital economy you talked about, because I do most of my research is on women's issues, I noticed something, that there's still the digital divide between the women who use ICT and those who are doing genuine SME businesses and don't have business with ICT. And sometimes when we plan, we don't think of them. I know when this Naira stuff came up, a lot of the women who are selling things, these small business people who sustained the economy during COVID-19 pandemic, with their small businesses in front of their houses. These women were finding it very difficult to do business. I'm coming from Jos. I don't want to say middle men, but middle persons were going to the village markets to buy a basket of tomatoes for 700 naira if they're paying cash. Otherwise, by transfer, is 4,000 naira. These women were lost. Their economies are in shambles. And so when we celebrate this International Women's Day this year, and we're talking about what digital innovations, tech, etc., we are forgetting the fact that this critical mass of women who are doing business and sustaining our economy and feeding our families are not being captured in these innovations. So when we make reforms are not to be housed within the ministries in files and papers. They're supposed to translate to practical impacts. And how do you measure impacts? And remember that I was concluding by saying that there are so many reforms relating to women empowerment, etc. They keep changing names. I'm asking myself, where do I find results for all these policies and programs? INEC has a gender policy. We have a national gender policy. The police have a gender policy. The military is having. National Civil Defense is now having their own. Almost every office has what we refer to as gender desk officers. Do we see sign of any parity anywhere? These are questions I'm still asking myself. And I think when we're doing reforms, we should be concerned about results. Because if the reforms don't lead to anything or they needed change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very. Oh, did you want to?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Planksat. I'd like to go to Professor Ibrahim, who also had an additional point he had wanted to make around the some of the fiscal policy issues, I presume?
To talk about Naira redesign, but everybody is talking about it, so let me say something else. China Achebe no longer at ease posed the question, why did we come to work in the civil service in Lagos? A smart guy who thought knew the answer is because we wanted work. The answer is you are wrong. We didn't come to Lagos to work because we wanted work. We have work in our villages, we could steal our farms and we can feed. That's work.
We came to Lagos to work in the civil service because we want to make money. It's our turn. The Oyibo have gone. We've taken over. What does that translate into, as is shown so clearly in No Longer at Ease? The question of competence and qualification for the job becomes irrelevant because you didn't come to perform. It wasn't performance that's important. Secondly, the question of ethos. Public service is to deliver service to the public. But if your purpose is to make money, then the ethos has changed, and the answer is what? Public corruption.
In Yoruba, we call that le baton. It's all said. Thank you very much, Prof. Then let's go to Professor Antonia Simbini.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have about 5 points. I'll just talk briefly on them. The lady beside Comrade Aremu, you made a point. I think you asked a question, why do we need to change? Or that civil servants need to understand why they need to change. We need to change because the world will leave us behind. If you travel and you just, small countries, you see how things are working. We all lament, and civil servants travel a lot. They make money from travel. So when they come back, what do we do to ensure that we are not left behind? The man in white behind you talked about the next revolution. We will be left behind. And so we need to change. And we don't want people coming into this country being frustrated by what they see and they don't want to come back. There are many reasons to change. On the issue of e-government is important, it is critical, and it is not, yes, at the face of it, it might reduce the numbers of people, but there are so many areas to work. Like I said, Dr. Abba had mentioned them. So we need to go we need to introduce technology. Technology is the only way we can have a whole of government approach to governance. What does that mean? That different offices are not operating in silos. That if I make a purchase, somebody on channels yesterday or the day before was talking about, if you buy ammonium oxide or something in a particular state, and you go to 10 other locations to buy the same thing, the data will show. This is something that is used in the making of bombs. And almost immediately, a bell will ring somewhere. But we are not connected. Offices, even related offices, everybody is protecting their own turf. We need to have government have one vision, which is service delivery, improving the lives of the people, and using technology for that purpose. Modern technology will help to do government work more efficiently. It will reduce petty bribes, and then it will homogenize standards. You don't go to one ministry, this is the way they do it for you. You go to custom, it's different. You go to immigration, and then you go to JAMB, and things work very well. But in other places, things are not working. E-government also ensures openness, transparency. Our country is one country where we have a record of being the least transparent in terms of the budget process. So these are reasons why all of this is critical. I think when we also talk about the policy-making process, Dr. Jibrin tried to analyze a green paper and all of that. And I'm asking, But I think that is also where the role of research comes in. All the policies that we make has to be empirically based or provided for. Why do we decide on one thing and not the other? And even if we have had a policy before, why don't we do a research to find out why it is not working?
Thank you.
And government itself has, I'm going to do like Professor Jibrin and allocate time to myself. You did something and I've learned that. Next time I go to a meeting, I'll tell them how much time I want. So my point is really that, don't clap for me, I'm not finished. Okay, so my point is that we need to, government itself has agencies, existing agencies in different sectors. You have an NIA that is supposed to be the backbone for foreign policy. How much is it consulted? You know, instead, these agencies are even starved of funds. Finally, I think the new government must promote meritocracy. After implementing the federal character principle over a number of years, it is time to say, look back, do the research. What has it helped us to do? Because when people get to positions because they are representing Benue State, they are PAMSEC because they are from River State, you encourage laziness, indolence. So we need to promote competence and merit going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much indeed. I think you have just witnessed what happens with proper policy fragmentation and policy diffusion. There was a 2-minute policy that fragmented, and then it diffused, and our time sort of became more elastic. But it has been time very well spent. I had a few minutes to do a summary, but I ceded that to you, madam, because I think you did the summary for us excellently well. I think it is only left for me to first of all thank all of you for your questions and your contributions, and to apologize that you didn't have that time. You've been here all day, and I can imagine how many burning questions are on your mind, but it's an ongoing process. And this reform thing, this reform journey that we're on is clearly not a sprint, but very much a marathon which many of you have been part of, a marathon which the eminent panelists have been part of, and as you can see, have been making a remarkable impact on, and I'm sure they will continue to do the same. Now, there's one question that has been coming up over and over and over again. How will the next government hear what has come out of this? Well, by the grace of God, I still remain the special advisor to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who will either continue in the House of Representatives or play an increasingly, shall we say, important role in government and the future of this country. So without a doubt, whatever the outcomes of these discussions may be, I will definitely be sharing it with him. I can see Professor Jibo picking up his mic. He's about to do policy diffusion again. But can I just say, please, a round of applause for our panelists, and thank you all very much for listening. Patrick, over to you.
Please, another round of applause for the panel. Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Can we go?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, next time you have to give somebody at least 5 minutes. You can't bring somebody all day and give them 2 minutes. It's very disrespectful.
Okay, they want to take a picture. I think they want to take a picture. So whilst they're taking the picture, I have a bit of a dilemma I want to see if we can resolve. We have one more technical session, but we have lunch in between. So we have two options. One is to go to lunch and then come back for the panel. The second option is just to drive through and then go for lunch and call it a day. What are we feeling like? Those in favor of driving through, aye? Aye. Those in favor of let's break up and then come back, Aye? The first ayes have it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, without much ado, I'd like to invite the panelists for the next session. Professor Adeshina Afolayan will set the context, and then we'll have a panel discussion. Professor Afolayan is described as a philosopher, a rebel, a poet. He's a senior philosophy lecturer at the University of Ibadan. His areas of specialization include African philosophy, political philosophy, and cultural studies. He's the editor of Altering Nollywood 2014, the author of Philosophy and National Development in Nigeria 2018, and the co-author of the Palgrave Handbook of African Philosophy 2017, and co-author of Pentecostalism and Politics in Africa. Please, a round of applause as we usher Professor Afolayan to the stage. I thought I saw Prof in the audience. Prof Afolayan. Okay. Yes, I'm inviting the panelists as well. I saw Dr. Adegoroye, but he seems to have stepped out of the room. I'll introduce him and he'll just walk up to the stage when he gets here. Dr. Adegoroye is the pioneer Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms and the current chairman of GSDI Limited. He's held several positions in the Federal Civil Service, including permanent secretary and directorship positions. Colleagues and friends describe him as an apostle of peaceful coexistence, whose influence cuts across ethnic and religious groups. Dr. Goke has led various Nigerian delegations to many UN conferences on environment, education, culture, human resource management, and public sector reforms. I think I also saw Professor Usman. Yeah. Professor Usman, Nasiruddin Usman, also holds an LLM degree from the University of Lagos, an MBA from Bayero University, Kanu, PhD from the University of Dundee in Scotland, where he specialized in natural resources and environmental law and policy. Dr. Usman was the principal partner of Alnas Law Consult before joining Global Juris as a partner. His practice and consultancy interests now center on natural resource and environmental law and human rights and land reform in developing countries. Prof, you're welcome. And Professor Olufemi Awoyemi is the founder and chairman of ProShare. He's around. I saw him. We took a picture. Nigeria's foremost financial information hub. He is, amongst other things, an astute leader, evidence-based researcher, and forward-thinking and disruptive strategist. Mr. Olufemi is a member of the prestigious NIPS and a 3-term member of the esteemed Strategy Research and Advocacy Committee of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for him. And their session will be moderated by Dr. Adiya Ode. Dr. Ode is the national team lead of the Palladium Group Nigeria and an alumnus of the prestigious Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Harvard Kennedy School. She's an academic, author, and speaker passionate about service delivery and governance. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Ode. And we'll just appeal to Prof. I know you've got a longer presentation to make, but if you can just focus on the highlights of it. All the presentations here, all the papers will be made available to everyone once we have your email address. Prof.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okigbo, and thanks to the Nextier team. I've been hearing of Nextier for a long time, and I'm very, very glad about the capacity you have to keep bringing up these significant issues for us to sit down and discuss together. I also want to thank Professor Tunji Olaopa. We've come a long, long way, both with him and his family. It's been a sort of intellectual partnership for a many years. And I am glad that we are able to come to the point of this book eventually. Something that somebody mentioned, to be able to bring together a deep intellectual foundation to the issue of policy making in Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir. This is something that a whole lot of people will have to chew, something to chew about for a long, long time. It sets a standard, that I think so many should follow. I said the Unending Quest for Reform is a complete intellectual offering with the right dose of autobiographical narrative that the reviewer did very good justice to, historical analysis about where, to quote Achebe, where the rain began to beat us as a people, and administrative realism about, the cogent issues that all the panelists have done justice to again, to tell us how we are where we are and what is actually wrong in technocratic and administrative terms. And there is also that huge dose of philosophical optimism. Professor Olaopa has been engaging with philosophy and philosophers for a long, long time. I think he deserves an adjunct professorship of philosophy in the Department of Philosophy where I come from. So without wasting time, I am going to be looking at what role philosophy plays. And I am depending on the distinguished panelists to be able to help me, with their professional acumen, to be able to bring it down to, the brickbats about how philosophy, or the philosophical underpinnings of the public service and the policy-making process can enable us to make sense of what the government, the new administration, needs to begin to do right to be able to get it, get us to where we need to be. I said that the public presentation is most significant because the elections have been concluded and the expectations of Nigerians will now be, as we say, for the government to hit the ground running. But in order for us not to run beyond what we need to do, or to run too much and forget the fundamentals, we need to be able to, put together a package of philosophical and ideological framework package that the government needs to begin to work with. And this is because if government, governance, politics, policies are not taken serious, they kill people. And Nigerians, since 1960s, have been dying from bad politics and bad policies. We know so many people die because of the new Naira redesign. So many people have died because of the fuel subsidy issue. And there are so many other issues that have been killing people. I have here a whole lot of statistics, about Nigeria human development, the positioning of Nigeria on the Human Development Index, terrible underdevelopment, poverty. Nigeria is probably the poverty center of the world now. Our global safety perception is bad, So what role does philosophy have to do in all this? I sincerely want to thank Dr. Joe Abba and Professor Ibrahim because they've given us an understanding of what we can call the poverty of the philosophical underpinning of the policy-making process in Nigeria. Government is meant to serve the people. And when government are instituted, they are supposed to put together policies that will enable people to live a good life. And when government play bad politics and fail to deliver public goods and public service that are meant to transform the quality of life of the people, then what results is suffering and death. Philosophy, as I know it, is concerned with providing us with clarity, first, about the conceptual apparatuses that governs our life. The concept of God, the concept of policy, the concept of government, the concept of feminism, so many concepts, the concept of accountability, and so on. And we can then begin to add government and policy, as we are talking about, or reform. So, when we have these concepts, they enable us to be able to have a view about the world. It is through our concepts that we are able to relate with the world around us. And it is through this concept that we are able to successfully navigate our way through the world through, within the limited time that we have to live in this world. If we do not know who we are, what we are meant to do, and how we are meant to do it, then our life becomes a bit meaningless. Now, specifically, political philosophy is concerned, and I hope that this distinguished panelist will be able to enable us again to fill out this fundamental question. The first question is, how can we, or how do we organize the human society in a way that will enable its citizen to live the good life? That question is a question that all philosophers over the ages and all political scientists have been concerned with. How do you put together the government? How do you put together policies that will enable people to live a very good life, that will transform the quality of their lives? The second question, what specific arrangement of power and policy will enable the government to achieve such a goal? How do we put together the public service, for instance, in a way that the policies that are designed are properly implemented in ways that the government can have some beautiful impact on the people? To this conceptual apparatus, like I said before, we need to have the issue of policy. What is policy? Somebody mentioned the anti-intellectual orientation of those in government. They do not want to go to the basis of what they are supposed to be doing. So if I don't know what the meaning of what I am doing is, how then do I do it very well? So these two questions enable us to put Nigeria's democratic governance under scrutiny and situate it significantly within a theoretical context. And I'm putting that theoretical context between Aristotle and Machiavelli. For Aristotle, the whole essence of politics is to lead to people living the good life. There is nothing else. If you are playing politics, then you have to play that politics and orient it. The objective is essentially that people will live, and not just live, not just succeed, but live very, very well. For Machiavelli, however, the most important thing is the real politics. It is the issue of how we maneuver through the political space. It is how we design those politics, those policies, you know, rather than orienting them towards people living the good life. But you see, both these questions are very, very important, and that is what we are going to be doing. The point I would like to make as I come to the end of this is that when we talk of public service reform, the essential thing is how the reforms that we are making or the policy that we are putting in place connects the government to the people. In the literature, we call it the social contract. How are these policies significant for the social contract between the people? How do we put together an ideological framework? Because you see, we cannot just begin to make policies outside of a framework that enable us to make sense of those policies, and how those policies help the people to make sense of their own lives too. But you know, government, for instance, is either without policy or without framework, or is working with a framework that has been delivered to it, you know, from foreign donors, from the World Bank or the IMF, and all that and all that. Somebody has talked about the Washington Consensus here, and government is running this consensus, this blueprint, without connecting them to the people, without even allowing the people to participate in the formulation of these policies, without doing sufficient brainstorming, you know, to know how the ideological framework or the blueprints that you have enable the people to feature prominently within what you are doing. So I am hoping that the panelists will be able to also further dwell into what is the social contract and how the new government that is about to take its place and begin to do what it considers to be its responsibility, will do it within that relationship that the Nigerian government ought to have with the Nigerian people, rather than bringing policies that will go over the head of the people, policies that, you know, do very well in international indexes, but the woman in Gwagwalada or the other person, the Nigerians on the street, do not feel the impact of, you know, the metrics that the World Bank or the IFL release on a daily basis. For instance, that Nigeria is making a 7% growth, you know, and people are not feeling it because the bag of rice remains the same. So I want to leave with a quote, and that quote says, "Nothing is worse or more of a breach of the social contract between the citizen and the state than for government officials, bureaucrats, and agencies to waste the money and the resources entrusted to them by the people they serve." So at this point, I am thinking that the MDAs, to the extent that we are able to reform them, is the extent to which we are able to enliven, to make more functional the social contract between the government, especially the new one that is coming in, and the Nigerians that have been suffering for more than 63 years of independence in Nigeria. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Afolayan, and good afternoon, audience and panelists. We have very little time, unfortunately, so I don't want Patrick to nod his head at me. So I'm going to try to stick with the time, and because of that, I'm going to cut straight to the chase. Professor Afolayan laid out 2 questions for us, which I would like the panelists to consider as they look at the philosophical underpinnings and the reality of reform in Nigeria. The 2 questions, I'll repeat them. How do we organize the human society to enable citizens to live a good life? What specific arrangements of policy and power will enable that? As we speak, let's keep in mind that we're speaking directly to the incoming government.
it's an excellent opportunity to put something on the agenda and to try to influence them at this point. So I'm going to give each panelist 6 minutes following Professor Jibo's policy diffusion style. 6 minutes each to speak to this subject, and then we'll go to the audience for about 20 minutes, and then the panelists can have key points that they want us to take away. So I'll start with Goke Adegoroye as a practitioner, past head of BPSR. Prof. Oh, I'm sorry. Goke. Yes, Goke, please go ahead.
Let me thank you, moderator, and thank my fellow panelists. The whole essence of governance is what answers the question that the speaker has said. And because governance and the engine of governance, which we call the public service, they are inextricably linked. You cannot separate one from the other, because that becomes the tool with which you use. And incidentally, going memory lane, when the Bureau was established around 2003, the person that I met on ground, who was doing the job as desk officer, is the celebrant of today. So obviously, he became the director of program, the first director of programs, and my own brain box. And we were working together. And from 2003 till now, that's a span of 20 years. We've done so many initiatives, many celebrated, many with so much impact all over the Federation and even beyond. And yet, we still have problems. Problems that have been also compounded by other things that have emerged since then. If anyone is in doubt, we should refer to what Bishop Kuka wrote to Tunji. And I like to quote. He says, when I first encountered Tunji, on the pages of newspapers, I was amazed at the depth of his insight into public policy issues. I want you to listen to this. He shattered the assumptions that some of us had about the civil service and those that inhabit that universe. That doesn't look like complimentary to those of us who work in the public service. And if anybody is in doubt, you listen to this that was read, that was also said by a UK-based consultant, Emmanuel Wachuku. He said the new government that was coming in 2011 was going to meet a deeply corrupt and inefficient machinery of government that is characterized in the main by low productivity. So these are not badges of honor that they gave us. And yet, we did so many. From fiscal responsibility, procurement act, accounting reforms, monetization, all the ones that have been listed here, all of those were done. And more than 20 years, we still have certain problems. Corruption gives us headlines. It has festered, despite the multiple anti-corruption agencies and the enforcement institutions and anti-corruption laws that we had. The IPs, IPPIs, that we instituted in the Bureau, till now, is still not able to curtail the leakage in government because it's been corroded also, and so also is the Treasury single account, where humongous amounts are going on. So in general, public confidence in the capacity of our public services across all the 3 tiers of government at national and subnational levels, the confidence to translate any political manifesto into implementable development agenda, the degree of their independence from political pressures, the quality of policy formulation and implementation, and the credibility of government's commitment to such policies by themselves have continued to fall. The indices, like the last speaker said, are all around us very poor. Poor in all global indices of a nation's positivity. Government effectiveness, we are ranked 165 out of 192. Corruption control indices, we are very, 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 very low. We're talking about poverty index, okay, social index, and reciprocally, the only places where we have high scores are in the negative, organized crime and terrorism. And the corruption perception index have never fallen. I wish Dr. Joaba were here, because when I was DG, maybe he thought we didn't do much, myself and Tunji. And now he now became DG. He spent more time than me. I think he spent about 8 years. I spent 3 years, 6 months. So if I couldn't really do it, he should have been the one to turn it. So the president-elect in his own manifesto also has this to say. He wants to usher in a new culture of transparency and openness. He wants to reform the federal public service into an efficient service delivery machine. But then hear this, he said he wants to restore the positive image of the post-colonial public servant. So there is something about us that is just not right. So this is what he said. And he wants to run a lean and efficient government with zero tolerance to wastefulness, corruption, and inefficiency. And then he wants a public service that will be a role model to all the other arms of government. These are all very noble, and we should be proud that these are being said in the manifesto. To achieve all of this will depend upon the quality and the capacity of the bureaucracy, because, as I said before, the bureaucracy and governance are inextricably linked. Tunji, the celebrant, has his background in political science. He's a public administrator expert, public administration expert, and a scholar theoretician. I'm an environmental scientist. Where I'm different from him is I'm a practitioner's scholar. So he still continues to give us the theory, and I give you the practice. As you will find in some of my books that are out there, where I've detailed out what should be the ideal structure of government, cabinet size, and all the things. But more importantly, where I'm also trying to tell you that at no time have we had a presidential bureaucracy as weak as we have today. And therefore, you need a lot of efforts to be able to do that. But more importantly, in that book, I'm not advertising it, I also detail practically the challenges we face during the Obasanjo to Yar'Adua transition, and the challenges also during Yar'Adua to Jonathan transition. It's obvious that we're here to discuss how to be able to manage this. And remember, I wish I wish President Obasanjo were here. Till tomorrow, ask Nigerians, how much did Obasanjo spend on independent power plants? They will tell you 10 billion. Some people say 16 billion. It's not true. The actual money is 3.8 billion. This is in the records. Some of us have said it, but nobody, but the story is around that 16.8. This is what you are getting, is the challenge of transition, that they can put things that are not really correct. So the coming administration is going to have challenges on two fronts. On the first front, you're going to have a sitting federal bureaucracy with a landlord mentality as residual actors of an outgoing administration who have their own baggage in terms of quality, but more in terms of the correct presentation of the facts in handover notes and their commitment and loyalty, especially given what we've gone through in this election process, where Nigeria is so divided than before. And on the other hand, you're also going to have an incoming president and vice president whose teams are exuding a messianic confidence, but carrying with intellectuals, technocrats, and bureaucrats that are provincial champions, and with the attitude that we've done it before and we can do it. That's where the challenge is. Where is it going to be the meeting point? The first step is for them to be conscious, is for the public servants on ground to be conscious of the sense of entitlement of the perceived giant political support investors that are at the background, that are actually the ones, driving the puppet. But the immediate challenge will be how to get the incoming team, all these aides, around the new president and vice president, to quickly shed this toga of presidential election victory messianic confidence and the mentality of we have done it before at state level, the provincial champion mentality, to be able to unmask the true features of what lies under the beginning of handover notes of the outgoing administration that have been carefully crafted by sitting bureaucrats. Because if they don't do that, they're going to begin to make mistakes. And by the time they will realize, it will be almost be midterm of the administration. It's going to be a totally new terrain, a new culture, and a new protocol. But they have to brace up to the fact that they are back to school and with a determination to master the environment quickly. Then that's the only way they can be able to move forward. What they are going to find is they are going to find the challenge that are on 3 fronts on the ground: a constitutional and structural gap, and management challenges, as well as attitude and cultural ethics and values and integrity. Constitutional gaps and structural gaps, because very soon they will find out that the titles you hear, the head of service of the federation, is only head of service of 8% of the population of the public service. There are so many other services that are not under his or her control, and she's structurally limited, trying to exert some kind of control over that. So that's something that you need to recognize. You're going to also find out that if you do not get a very capable person as an SGF and appoint that person as the first appointment to be able to direct the line and then the chain of command, you may have the experience that we have in 2015, where the appointment that you made is a chief of staff first before an SGF. By the time, whereas the SGF is the center of government, is the center of the entire presidential bureaucracy. By the time an SGF comes in, the other people have already really cornered, and therefore it makes coordination so difficult. But in all of this, you will find out that integrity is going to be the key issue. The integrity of those appointed to positions. And I say to people, some of the names that are making the headlines about corruption in the service, when I tell people that these people actually work with me, they were not corrupt, then you begin to wonder what has gone wrong. Because it is the integrity of the leader that cascades to control those who are behind, who are also below. And only when you do that can you be able to move forward. Let me stop here and let us move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've gone into the issue of values, and you've also talked about traps to avoid. It reminds me of some of the traps that the author mentioned in his book, traps such as trained incompetence, where you just do reform for the sake of reforms, but you are not putting citizens at the core of it. Traps such as successful failure. So you do reforms, the reform is successful, but there is no service delivered. Again, the citizens are not at the center of that. So I will come to you, Professor Usman, if you can address the 2 questions that the keynote speaker left for us. Goke also mentioned some key points for the next administration. You may want to do that, or you can also do that at the end, after the audience participation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Let me also join in appreciating my good friend, Professor Olaopa. I very much like your philosophical underpinnings. I very much like your guts. But let me tell you, I pity you. I pity you in retrospect. I assume your service, your participation in the public service must be quite interesting and frustrating. You join an army of people who say, this is the way we're doing it. And you come with new idea, too much grammar, probably many won't even understand what you're talking about. But I think it is this persistence that will eventually lead this nation to where eventually we want to be. So I appreciate you for that. My intervention, probably the probably most important qualification for me to sit here is not about my legal background. I've spent some 7 years, 8 years, if you add the 1 year I spent as a participant at the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. 7 years as a directing staff and director of studies. And that also adds to the reason why I pity you. By the design of the program at the National Institute, every year the president chooses a theme and asks course participants to conduct policy research and advise government. And part of the process, we go on several tours within strategic institutions in the ministries and MDAs relating to that particular theme, within the states as subnational government, and even outside the country, in and outside Africa, to benchmark whatever we can and advise government appropriately. Now, the summary of my frustration in these efforts is you go and engage the MDAs, those who may even be the primary foot soldiers in policy implementation, and you find them blank about the policy thrust. And that comes to the philosophical underpinnings in public service reform. Two things are important. One, the knowledge content of the policy itself. How much of the knowledge of the policy content that we want to drive is available to the public service. Number two is the skills to implement. So unless we have these two key issues married, then probably we may just be dancing in one place. And unfortunately, that is probably responsible for a lot of the failures we have in the previous attempts to reform the service. Now, I was going through some of the memos of Professor Olaopa, and he made a very, he raised a very critical question. What should be the relationship between national development plans, the civil service, and think tanking? How do we get a buy-in or a symbiotic relationship between what we call national development? We've abandoned that in the long term for quite some time, but I'll still come back to it. Even in the short-term plan, the ERGP, for example, which was supposed to be a 3-year plan that could be rolled over, etc., etc. Now we're trying to do Vision 2050. I hope something good will come out of it. But whatever plan we have, what should be the relationship of that plan with the civil service and think tank agencies like NIPS, like the social science research agencies, etc., etc.? And again, that goes back to my frustration. Every year at the end of the senior executive course participants with members of staff will assemble in the villa. The president will be sitting in council. A report will be presented. There will be claps and so many well wishes. That will be the end of the story. We'll wait for next year when we come to present another round of report. In other words, what use do we make of our critical thinking think tanks in the country in terms of input to policy formulation and policy implementation? And how do we retool our public service to have an effective skills to implement those critical policies? I think this is a very, very strategic question that we must have to address if we want to move further. Now, apart from the skills, you look at the framework, the policy framework itself, or the development plans. What I call the policy package. Even the top level policy makers, because you find a lot of challenges in the policy formulation when the public service is not carried along when you even formulate the policy. You definitely will have challenge when you come to rely on them to implement it. But take it as it is. You have a situation whereby you have a confused policy structure. You may have a medium or long-term policy plan, multi-sectoral, like the ERGP. Take, for example, the agri-content of the ERGP and try to look at it side by side with our agricultural policy. You see a lot of disconnect. Take the technology aspect of the ERGP and marry it with our technological policy as a sector. You see a lot of disconnect. So when it comes to implementation, the public service who resides maybe in the Ministry of Science and Technology, and probably he might have known little on the national policy on technology, will be at a loss when you now have a multi-sectoral policy like the ERGP that is talking different language from the sector that he is supposed to implement. So I think this is very, very fundamental. In countries we visited on study tour, 2 years ago, I led a team to the state of Qatar. They have this vision, is it 2030 or 2040? Every ministry, every office you go there, that vision, the extract of that vision that concerns that office is the second religious book in that office. It will be all over. Every action of the public servant will be guided by that. In that way, you don't miss out on what the policy expects you in terms of implementation. But in a situation whereby we have a confused policy framework, take the MTEF, the medium-term expenditure framework, that is supposed to be a 3-year guide on how we do our annual budget. Take any MTEF in any particular period of time and look at the annual budget within that period. You see a lot of disconnect. So at the end of the day, you begin to wonder whether these policies were crafted in such a way in the first place not to be implemented at all. So we need a systematic way of crafting our long-term policies and a breakdown of medium and short-term plans. A small country, Namibia, they have a 30-year vision subjected into 5-year medium-term plan, and every annual budget will speak to that 5-year term plan. And the 5-year term plan is speaking to the 30-year term plan. So in such a way, you make it easy for the public service to implement what is expected of them to implement. The other fundamental issue is the complete, well, let me not say complete, that will be too absolute. The serious negation of the monitoring and evaluation framework. Thank God, August last year, the Federal Executive Council adopted a national policy on monitoring and evaluation. We hope this will check the serious negative approach we have to policy implementation. If you don't have a system that will measure how far you've gone, whether you're going in the right direction, whether you need to step aside, then eventually anywhere could lead you to the destination. We hope that destination will not be a pitch of hair. So I think this is a very serious issue that maybe we need a lot of philosophy in trying to craft how we monitor, how we evaluate whatever policy we set out for ourselves. Finally, Madam Moderator, we operate a federal system. Most often, you have national policies that are supposed to be implemented not only at the national level, but the subnational level, talking of the states and the local government. You may have the sectoral national councils. To implement national policy on education, you have National Council on Education comprising of state commissioners, blah, blah, the same thing for other sectors. But you find out that in formulating national policies, little input is taken from the subnational governments. And nobody thinks of the capacity of the public service in the states or the local government to implement. And this is a national policy that is not just supposed to be domiciled at the federal level. In fact, the actual implementation is expected more at the state and the local government levels. We have serious incidences when we engage some of these agencies like the Educational Resource Development Center. When they're trying to implement any national policy on education, you find out that they are at a loss because the capacity in the state and local government is simply not there. So the new government must rethink our intergovernmental relationships in terms of national policy implementation. The other issue relating to this is when you have an issue that is in the concurrent list, education, for example, maybe to some extent. We have a national policy on education. Yes, the Constitution empowers federal government to develop and craft national policy in some of these. But where it is in the concurrent list, the states may have their own state policies, which may not be speaking to the national policy. And in the process, you may have a lot of confusion in implementing the national policy. So the whole gamut of intergovernmental relationships in terms of crafting at the formulation stage, because when you have the buy-in, you may not even have states wishing to spend resources in crafting their own policies. They will be happy to key in to the national policy when they are taken along in the first place and when they have developed the capacity to implement. Finally, I'm talking as a lawyer now. Chapter 2 of the Constitution, and you give any government that chapter and say, please go and give me implementation strategy on how to implement this. The Constitution is very, very passionate about Chapter 2. It says, before INEC register any political party, the manifesto of that political party must be in line with the provisions of Chapter 2. And that's why some critics says you don't have much difference between the manifesto of Party A and Party B. But there could be a lot of differences in the way they wish to implement Chapter 2. Now, if we take Chapter 2 as our constitutional and philosophical underpinnings of how we should implement policies, I think we'll lessen a lot of the challenges we have. So I will feel very happy if the new government will take a critical look at the provisions of Chapter 2, as glamorous as they are, saying we must provide free education, primary, secondary, university, or whatever, as much as we can. Right to health, which they say is not enforceable, how can we make them enforceable? I think it will ease a lot of the challenges we have in policy implementation. Let me stop right here.
Thank you very much, Prof. Usman. There on, you brought in the subnational government, talked about the discontinuities between institutions and agencies and policies as well. I'm going to move quickly to Professor Awoyemi. I will give you 8 minutes. I know Professor Usman went over, but you had very good points you were making. I didn't want to stop you. So 8 minutes, Professor Awoyemi.
We don't need 8 minutes to make sense.
Right, thank you.
So I don't even know. First thing is I don't know why I'm here. In the first place, I come from the private sector. I'm not a professor. My friends called me that for clarity's sake. I come from the private sector, from the economic space. And I'm going to look at this from the economic horizon. But there is so many interesting things here. Start with Professor Folayo's 2 questions. I'll quickly try and address it for you from the best way I understand it. But I'd like to piggyback to what Professor Jibril and Professor Antonia was making very valid points. Then I would be remiss of me not to quickly talk about what my lecturer at NIBS said about Chapter 2. So let me go straight forward to the other one. He says, how do we organize the human society? And the second question is, what specific arrangements would allow that? Straightforward. How do we organize human society, speaking as to the ideological underpinning of that society? I can bet everyone in this room if you can tell me what is Nigeria's ideological direction as a country. If you don't have the clarity on that, now the how which is what specific arrangements will allow that, which is the vehicles. That means how will their publics be organized, how government will support citizens to achieve the sovereign objective. It then becomes a chaotic situation. So let's start first from the ideological one which he spoke about. From the ideological one, France is the only one I think, France has so many, but I'll talk about France because, again, I'm privileged to know that. In that country, the economic and political ideologies are the same, one and the same. It's so clear that the whole system is structured. That's why you see in that government, there is a movement between private sector and public sector into each of the countries. And you find that even most of their private companies are quasi-government owned. Not like the Kiresu model we use in Japan and all others, but it's very clear. But in Nigeria, here, I have found that the work of reform by, I won't look at his side, my Egbon, it's obviously political more than economic. And it is steeped in a national bureaucracy which from our perspective is looking much more like a welfare scheme. Maybe you don't understand the point. Your public service is looking more like a welfare scheme. That is why you could not implement the Orosoye report. That is why Joaba said you grew it from 400 to 9,000. Because what do you do with it? It is also part of where you settle people. If you need a power structure, you create your own ministry, we give it to you. You have DGs, you have whatever down the line. And so 6 of them could be doing almost the same thing. That is the whole thing. I have, however, found, for those of you involved in reform, and this is why I consider my relationship with Professor Olaopa being very dangerous to my health, is that inciting meaningful change is a dangerous enterprise. Let me repeat it. Inciting meaningful change in Nigeria is a dangerous enterprise because the system is so entrenched that it's so difficult for you to therefore get change. But how do you expect change to happen when in a country you do not have the ideological position again? So if you heard what people tell you, and so I'm sure that there was a time they did some presentations at the presidency, and I think the Georgia president came and was talking to us about the whole of government approach and all those nice things. Well, you go to NASBA and sit down and see how laws are framed and you understand. So that takes me quickly back to Professor Usman's point. When you talk about Chapter 2 is the foundation for everything in Nigeria, true. But it's also that only chapter that is covered and is non-justiciable. Therefore, you have a chapter where every right is enshrined. How government should work is enshrined. But inside that same constitution has a proviso that tells you that you cannot hold anybody responsible for it. In the actual fact, the oath of office sworn in this country, you cannot owe anybody for it. What therefore is the essence? So when you build from that same principle, and for those of us in the private sector, we don't see the problem you see. We are like, hold on. By the time so many changes occur, which you are not doing, you will be the ones reacting to it. You see, whether you like it or not, there is a seismic change occurring in Nigeria, whereby you are now the laggards. Those of you in the public service are the laggards who where the changes are. You can only hinder the change, but you cannot stop it. Because the factors of power structure is no longer the same. Let me explain something. And I'll just be checking my time. Patrick, checking my time and let me know. In The Origins of Political Order by Francis Fukuyama, he mentioned 3 things that were so critical. He said, the strong state, a rule of law, and accountability. You know, in that mindset, they understood that for developing countries, there was a 4th factor that was important. A professional and forward-looking public service. Every model that you've used, that you covered overseas, has taken that particular position as sine qua non for granted. It is not so here. And so when you look at people like the Ahmed Jodas of this world and whatever, if you look at them, they were properly trained and brought into the service. And for you, for Professor Olaopa, you may not know it, I was one of those people who were running around Professor Aboyadeko. Then, if you wanted to do a budget for Nigeria, we can tell you exactly how many bicycles will be needed in this country. That was how detailed it was, to the last detail. There's no way you can do so anymore in Nigeria. In fact, the economic model for the sovereign country of Nigeria is such that if we move 5% in there, we cannot draw out the model because we haven't put it together. That is why it is inconceivable that part of those who talk about the cashless policy are looking at it the wrong way. What you should do is to try to study Emefiele to understand the limitations of the human mind and how people in offices can take a decision without any thorough logic to it. It is rather too clear. But the real damage is that you are not understanding the deficiency of the human mind and the process. That is why what Professor Jibril was talking about is also important to interrogate when he talks about what? Processes. So let me end by saying one thing, which I think I won't get me into trouble, but you see, people talk about corruption in Nigeria. Maybe you should read Professor Ang's China's Gilded Age, where she described that the corruption in Nigeria speaks to petty theft and grand theft. And it is not the transaction theft that they do in China. Can you imagine? Theft has category. When Goodluck was telling you, you thought he was joking. The transactional theft in China is described as what? It's described as speed money and access money. It says to you that a corrupt official in China, Patrick is smiling at me, the corrupt official in China knows that no matter how corrupt or good he is, his job is to help you facilitate, enable, and develop your business. Not this one. In my neighborhood, if you want to test whether Nigerian government exists, you know what you need to do? Just put a signboard in front of your house. They won't give you loan on anything, but every local government official will come for you for something. Then you will know Nigerian government exists. We exist. But the real question we should be asking, which Professor Folayan, I'm sorry, you may refer back to Olaopa's speech in The Guardian on 11 December 2017, I believe. He asked the question when he was writing about Mandarin. You might have forgot it. In search of what? The next generation of public servants. He said, how does one find a balance between duty and discretion within a system not predicated on meritocracy? Thank you very much. I'm working fast to us so that we can get lunch.
Thank you very much for your contributions and staying to time too. I'm going to go to the audience. We'll take just a few questions and comments. Please try to keep it very succinct. We have very little time. Who has the microphone on the right? Please say who you're targeting your question to. Which panel member?
Thank you very much. My name is Ismail Opeyemi, and I want to say thank you to all the panelists for the wonderful insight they've given to us. My question, listening to every conversation since morning, and we've talked about how reforms are made, I just want to ask, anybody can answer from the panel, what is the role of an everyday Nigerian or citizen in the reform process? Because as a student of development, we are meant to understand that at the level of monitoring, because whatever the government is doing, the impact or effects still fall back to the citizen. What can we do as ordinary Nigeria to also contribute to the reform process of government? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question, comments? No hands? There's a hand there.
Mine is just a little contribution. You are talking about a national ideology to drive development. But I think that what has been missing in Nigeria over the decades is that there's no elite consensus. So if you don't have an elite consensus, how do you really have a body of ideology to drive development? That is key. In every country in the world where there has been rapid transformation, you have a leader maybe that has that vision, and a consensus is built around values, around direction. But it's lacking in Nigeria. I think that's why you have crisis all over. And I also want to talk about what I've also noticed about the public service is that, you see, Nigerian public service is like somebody who went to buy the best aircraft in the world. Then he recruited the worst pilot and the worst crew members. So if it doesn't really crash, definitely there will be a tragedy one day. So if you don't get your leadership the way you maybe select leaders and maybe position them in the service, definitely nothing will happen. We write maybe the best policies, the best vision statements, national vision documents, but even the officers in the public service that actually participate in this process, they are they just fizzle out of the service. You don't see them play any leadership role. So you have people who are actually disconnected in vision, now leading the process. So how can there be progress? So leadership is very key. It's very, very key.
Thank you for that. Thank you. We'll have to go to the next person. Absence of elite consensus. Any other question, comment? Dapo, please. Okay, after you.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. My name is Joseph Yulwa. A lot has been said about the public service. From all that has been said, issues of reforms, issues of policy formulation has been a problem. And from my understanding, it's not the absence of good reforms. Good reforms has been formulated and have worked. Good policies have been formulated. Probably the question we should be asking now is, why does the policy or why does the reform fail? And probably we need to also look at it from the perspective of the civil servant, who obviously said it can be seen but cannot be heard, or it should not be heard. If you ask an average civil servant, ordinarily, why is the system not working? He will tell you a lot of things. For example, he might tell you the conditions of service is bad. There are limited capacity building.
Can you make it succinct, please? We're running out of time.
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is that what is the way forward then? Let me just round up that way. Okay. What is the way forward? President Obasanjo made two good points. He said, one, he talked about political will must be invested for reforming the service. And I believe it's true. Because why the reform succeeded during his time was because he gave the political will. The political backing was there. That was why our distinguished Pansek, Dr. Agure and Dr. Olaopa were able to succeed. Because the presidency was behind the reform. So for it to succeed, the government must give the political will. Secondly, talk about thinking outside the box for reform financing or public sector financing, which is true. Now, I was surprised to understand that CCCEC, as China Civil Engineering Construction Company, I just gone to another, it's a civil service company operated by Ministry of the Railway in China. Why are we not thinking outside the box? Secondly, how do you measure performance in civil service, for example?
Okay.
That's why PMS is important. If somebody can be a director, can be a permanent secretary, you don't have any standard of measuring performance. You get promoted because you've reached the number of years. Ordinarily, you get promoted without any clear, defined measuring standard.
Thank you very much. Political leadership and performance management. Dapo, please. And that's, okay, you'll be the last comment.
Thank you very much indeed, and it's just been a fascinating panel, very erudite. Well, I didn't get the opportunity to say anything early on since I was a moderator. My job was to get everybody to speak. But there was something that particularly I'll be very grateful if any of the members of the panel could address. And I think this really is the elephant in the room. In the United States, you always say you have the hawks and the doves in any conversation in the Oval Office. And listening to everybody today, what comes to my mind is that we actually know what to do. It is not that we are confused about what the recommendations or interventions required are. We have that. Secondly, listening to everybody in the room, we have the people that can actually get it done. So it is not a lack of capacity. So the question is, where is the blockage? And the elephant in the room in the conversations that we'll be having, and I think there have been allusions to it all along, is that wrestling match that takes place between the political entities within government and the technical entities within government. And it's a wrestling match because in any policy decision, you will have the Olaopas who will come, bring their evidence, bring their data, make very logical, rational, arguments. And then you will have the political advisors who will come and also make logical
suggestions, but those which are politically expedient are maybe not technically sound. So the question is, how do we balance out the voices in the ears of the decision makers between those who will give sound technical advice that takes us in the right direction, or those who give politically expedient advice, which we all know are very short-term in terms of their results? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dapo. If you don't mind, the time is very short, 30 seconds.
Very much. My name is Innocent Effiong. I'm from Center for Peace Advocacy and Sustainable Development. My question is, how do we checkmate the process of accountability and transparency in our public institutions? You know, being that new set of leaders are coming up, so how do we do that? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We have 3 questions, I think, that need addressing. One, the role of the citizen in the reform process. Professor Usman, if you will take that, please, if you don't mind. Dapo asked, how do we balance the political and the technical? And then accountability, instituting accountability in the new government. Goke, would you take that last one, please? Awoyemi. The technical, the role of the citizen, and Professor Usman, balancing the political and the technical. Yeah.
Who starts?
You go.
Oh,
you go,
you.
but please just keep it very short. We have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting one. And incidentally, the theme for Sec 43 was getting things done, the challenges of policy and program implementation. And the normal processes we went through and advised government. This is a very huge challenge. Very huge challenge. I think I won't be exaggerating if I say if you go to NIPS library, there is probably no aspect of Nigeria that has not been researched and government advised appropriately. And the frustration is, NIPS is under the presidency, funded 100% by the public treasury. You do everything and you submit, that's the end of the story. I think there is a fundamental change, critical challenge in our psyches as policy implementers. But I think it's easy. I'll just give one example. I can't remember exactly the SEC that dealt with health financing. When we realized we're just going nowhere, just annual ritual, we tried to go extra mile. And we engaged development partners. And we engaged the National Assembly. Particularly, I must mention the Senate Chair on Health. Very proactive. And that led to a lot of changes. Review of the legislative framework, the implementation framework, and things started changing. So one, and since we're advising the incoming government, this is a political decision. Whether you want to move this country forward through evidence-based research or you want to go through political expediency, which is short-term, if at all. So I think this kind of engagement using the think tanks, particularly NIPS and other agencies, Ibadan School of Governance, will go a long way. If we are to move this country, we can't move this country by the rule of the thumb. It must be evidence-based. And we are not in short supply of these evidences. I think if we do that, this government will make critical difference in how we govern. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
First, it is for you to make the political leadership to see your view. And part of the ways that you do that is you make them own the idea that you are bringing, not just your idea. When Tunji was speaking, at one point he did say that he thought he required the technical competence, said 30%, 70% to 30%, and that I made him realize that it is the other way around. The draft document that led to the establishment of public service reform that they put in, which he actually authored, was actually asking for the establishment of civil service reform. Immediately I was appointed, I refused that it's not going to be civil service, it had to be public service. That's a lot of wastage actually happened in the public service, and it took a lot of persuading of Minister Ngozi and the other people and so on until they were able to do that, until they were able to agree that it should be that. Secondly, the tenure policy. Tenure policy, we've been dragging it since 2005. We were able to implement it in 2009. And it became something we could implement because somewhere along the line, around 2008, Kingibe, as Secretary to Government, was going to represent the President to speak somewhere. And he did ask me to draft a speech for him. And I had to put a lot of the data of what's wrong in the public service and how we need to be able to correct it, how assistant directors were retiring ahead of their directors and permanent secretaries. Of course, if you want to do any kind of HR, you think you are training your people to be director. Then after you train them, you find out that two weeks later, they've already gone. So we put all of this there and make the president say what he was going to do. So we now, after saying that, we now use that as something that the president has said, which we were doing. So these are some of the ways. And let me just answer Prof. You say you don't want to be called Prof. You see, and also the DG. Public service is more service to the people. It's more of government effectiveness. It's not based on economics. And the way that you people try to talk about it, it's not pounds and so on. Somebody has committed rape, or somebody is a robber, and then you see them using so many cars to chase the person to do that. At the end of the day, it cost government about 10 or 20 million to do that. But the joy is that because you've already removed that person from the society and put in prison, it will not be available. So it's a little bit so tacky. Yes, we don't want wastage. We want some efficiency. But at the same time, it's more in terms of effectiveness that you deliver public service, you deliver anything that government is supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Awoyemi, do you have last word? 1 minute? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, audience, for your patience. I would like at this point to really appreciate Professor Olaopa for the timeliness and the content and the candor in your book. I truly learned a lot. Getting involved in the philosophy of public sector reform is something I found really engaging and exciting. Thank you to this eminent panel. I feel really honored to be the moderator of this panel. Thank you. And thanks to the organizers for the opportunity. Thank you, Patrick.
Sorry, we'll just quickly wrap up. You can sit. I've taken so much note, and I'm so glad that so much outputs have emerged from this conversation. And you may not know there is a huge number online participating. As we speak, a group is already putting together another conversation in Ibadan. They felt there were so many questions begging for answers. So the first objective of this gathering is setting in motion a thinking process in the hope that we will be able to raise a whole range of questions for which answer the new government, and for which the new government should be looking for answers. Now, let me quickly simply make my own input without making any vote of thanks. like Dr. Adegroyi knows very well, there is no, the public service just decided to kill policy and action research. So that function, Department of Planning, Research and Statistics is supposed to be the policy analysis bulb, the thinking for government. But unfortunately, because that is also the Secretariat for the Tenders Board, people use it more to run contracts than to think. We have no business not being able to institutionalize real. When up to 1975, the Adebos and the Super Permanent Secretary, there is nothing you can do without getting NISA involved. There is, even as at 1979 when NIPS came, it was almost a value chain. You know, this thing is already the parameter for instituting policy engaged research as basis for policy. It's just known. It's just that Nigeria just lost it. And somebody must just get it back. And that is why Nigerian government is run on common sense. Because those people in, let me leave that. The second point is that, which is the painful thing for me, the Nigerian Public Service has witnessed so many reforms and changes and has embedded different innovation that that system itself is confused because it does not fit into any model of public administration system. So in one breath, you are having performance contracting running in one breath that is supposed to be underpinned by performance management. In one breath, you are running I am directed for bureaucracy, which is just a contradiction to performance management. In another breath, you have divisions for monitoring and evaluation that go to field to gather data that nobody analyzes as a basis for. So listen, these things are well known, but I think a mixture of, okay, thank you. The critical question is the public service bloated? In number, it may not be, but any system that is not productive, the public service in any country works to blow up the economy and increase its function in order to increase its size. But what the public service has been doing is that it has been constricting the state system. So what we have now is that we have a public service that does not have the IQ that can deliver development. So you need to get back to basics regarding, one, the model of the public service and the intellectual content of skills that should run the business of government. I will end with Victor Mayomi's contribution. Very germane, but I like to say that, yes, it is elite consensus or lack of elite consensus that actually breed ideological, framework for nation. It is when there is so much division. But we have political parties where you can move from PDP to APC without losing nothing. So it means that none of the parties stand for anything. So we must get to a point where we must have, and that's what Professor Afolayan talked about, we must have a philosophical rethinking of the base fundamental. And Professor Usman pointed at section 2 of the Constitution, fundamental, chapter 2 of the Constitution. We need to rethink all of this. And we must be able to get Nigerians to align to say, in getting And we must be clear regarding the Nigeria of the future that we are trying to build. There is no politician today that knows the Nigeria that we are trying to build, unfortunately. And when you don't even know what you are building, whatever you achieve looks like the destination. There is so much to do. We have just started thinking, and I'm sure the Ibadan School of Government and Public Policy, NISA, and so many other people will have to get us back together next year to pull all of these pieces and the questions together so that whatever we are presenting is more of a solution rather than adding to the problem. I thank you. So we'll take a picture. We want to start yeah.
Oops. Well, first of all, another round of applause for the panel.
Okay, thank you.
And a round of applause for yourselves as well. Yeah? To take out the last working day of this week, to spend the entire day with us talking about what is really a boring topic, but very critical to our future, shows the level of commitment that you have to Nigeria's future. We do a lot of these types of dialogues, and the sentiment I get from some people who are new to this process is they expect to find a final answer at the end of these engagements. Typically, it doesn't happen. But that doesn't mean that what we've gone through is not worthwhile. It is that this is a continuing dialogue, and that every other dialogue builds on the lessons of the previous one. So I am happy to hear that there's going to be another convening in Ibadan, that will build on this, and we are all totally committed to this process, and we will not give up. We will continue to engage until this ship begins to move in the right direction. And on that note, I thank you so much for availing us with your presence. We've got lunch, which probably has gone cold now, but I hope they have some warmers under it. But please, thank you so much for coming out, and you will hear from us with an email that contains all the papers shared and also a summary of the discussions today. Thank you very much.